starting off as a total loser who just games all day and burdens his parents. Until one day, a massive dimensional portal randomly spawns, and his whole life flips completely upside down. Stick with me, our main guy is just reading a novel, but do not click away. If you want to skip to the main action, the real story actually kicks off at minute 8. Enjoy the ride, guys. Drop a subscribe for me, will you? I am Hanji Review. Thank you guys so much. Standing in a combat stance, the black-haired guy shouts out in absolute shock. Is that really an elixir pill? Watching his enemy make a move, blood on his cheek and panic in his eyes, he nervously thinks to himself, if he swallows all those elixir pills at once, he will definitely suffer severe chi deviation. Suddenly, a massive blast of fierce purple energy explodes right around the white-haired man. Zooming in right on the white-haired man's face, he lets out a painful roar as his eyes start glowing with this eerie purple light. The man screams in pure agony as a massive wave of dark purple aura bursts straight from his body. The black-haired guy gets blown away by the shockwave, gritting his teeth to withstand the impact. He braces himself against the dark energy, groaning out loud in pure pain. Meanwhile, a dark, menacing voice suddenly echoes from the white-haired man. You little brat! Watch closely now, looking completely murderous. The white-haired guy charges right in for the kill, roaring out, "It is time for you to vanish." The black-haired boy is terrified, thinking in despair. I am completely out of time. But suddenly, a calm voice echoes from a mysterious figure glowing in bright emerald light. Shield! A massive, bright green energy barrier instantly materializes out of thin air, completely blocking the enemy's massive purple attack. Wrapped in that green glow, the black-haired boy gasps in absolute shock. Wait, what is this? A hooded guy gripping a staff steps right out of the shadows, speaking super casually. My bad. Am I a little late to the party? I was just slacking off for a bit. The black-haired guy cheers with pure joy. Grand Mage. The young mage with the green hair just smiles back at him and calmly replies, I told you to stop calling me by that stiff, boring nickname, man. Anyway, is this that fateful archenemy you have been talking about all this time? The black-haired boy's thoughts reveal the crazy truth. This guy claims he came from a completely different world. Without him, I would have died completely helpless. Suddenly he screams out loud, wait a minute, you and I both did not see that coming, right? The scene suddenly shifts to his room. He angrily thinks, wasn't this supposed to be a normal martial arts story? Why is a high-level mage from another world randomly popping up right here in a wuxia plot? Looking totally annoyed, he slams the book shut and lets out a heavy sigh. I was actually enjoying this read too. What an absolute mood killer, man. Is the author out of their mind? He confusedly wonders, where did another world even come from? How can the plot be this ridiculous? An intro panel suddenly pops up on screen. My name is Jin Seogun, and I am 23 years old. His phone buzzes loudly on the desk. The screen shows 1645. He mutters, I got discharged from the military 6 months ago, and I am heading back to college. He grabs his phone to read the text. Hey buddy, awake yet? Let's game. He angrily thinks to himself. Does this punk seriously have nobody else to play with? Like most guys finishing up their mandatory military service, he actually had a really solid life plan mapped out before getting discharged. Seogun reminds himself of his own big goals. I wanted to grab some useful certificates while prepping for university, and finally study all those things I completely missed while serving in the army. But we both know how this usually goes. Stick with me, we are about to watch a guy who missed way too much. Hands shoved deep into his jacket pockets, Seogun wanders down the street, just mumbling to himself. He still has a little cash left, but thinks maybe he should hunt for a part-time job. Seogun pushes into a PC cafe, the front door chimes ringing ding-dong. He thinks to himself, being a massive, hardcore martial arts novel fanatic, he spent so much time totally lost in wild fantasies about becoming the main character in an epic martial arts world. A familiar voice suddenly calls out, Oh hey Seogun, is that you? The PC cafe owner asks him, Grinding lion ground again today? Huh? Looking totally exhausted, Seogun replies, Yeah, load me up with 10 hours first. He slumps at a desk and starts gaming. Hands gliding across the glowing keyboard, he reflects on how many insane hours he has sunk into lion ground. Kicked back in his Samsung gaming chair, eyes locked intensely on the screen, he starts reminiscing. Even though it is just a game, he used to play casually during his military leave days. but right after getting discharged, he started grinding the game seriously hard and hit the absolute top 10 player rankings in just 3 short months. Throwing on his headset, Seogun speaks into the mic to tell his squad, "I am logging in now, wait in the lobby." He also thinks to himself. He has even pocketed some extra cash from those local gaming tournaments they occasionally throw at these PC cafes. The mouse cursor moves fast, clicking right on the lion ground game icon on screen. Text pops up showing exactly how the rules work, and then the match officially begins. 100 players dive out of an airplane into a pure, intense battle royale survival game. You and I both know the drill: scavenge for weapons, wipe everyone out, and become the absolute last one standing. Seogun's hands swiftly maneuver the mouse, his eyes never leaving the bright monitor. He quickly informs his teammate. Heading 120, I see 2 guys exactly 250 meters away from here. Another player's in-game character, rocking a creepy skull mask, is just firing his weapon wildly. A fierce firefight kicks off. One player gets instantly gunned down, and a grenade is tossed out. Seogun's teammate suddenly screams through the microphone in pure intense excitement. "Wow, there are only 2 guys left." Seogun snaps back annoyed. "Damn it, too loud. You are already dead, so why are you still babbling so much?" He calmly issues an order. "Let's focus on looting and staying alive first. We need to find the safe zone before making our next move." The teammate cheers loudly. "I only believe in you, my bro." Seogun's character and his teammate start moving carefully through a completely ruined, broken down area. Now watch closely with me. Where did that skull mask bastard go? He wonders, just as he spots a totally untouched medkit right on the ground. His teammate confidently deduces this. Seeing all this gear still sitting here, looks like he never came this way. Free loot for us. The teammate speaks happily, but the exact moment he steps closer, he realizes in pure, absolute horror that the skull-masked enemy has silently appeared right behind his back. The enemy slowly steps out, his eyes glowing intensely in the dark shadows. A loud gunshot rings out, and the teammate gets instantly dropped to the floor. A brutal system message pops up, "Your teammate has died." The remaining player panics and screams out loud, "Damn it! Was he hiding inside this whole time? I need to get out of here right now." He spins around and desperately sprints for his life, but a vicious spray of bullets shreds into his back, making him collapse completely. The screen flashes the ultimate victory text. "Congratulations, you are the final survivor, 1 out of 100 players. We just witnessed a true masterclass." His friend grabs his shoulder from behind, laughing, "Haha, let us jump right in. Getting carried feels great, thanks man." Looking totally exhausted, he replies, Yeah. Cue up again." Glancing at the screen, the clock already shows 10:30 p.m. Seogun tells himself he really needs to log off and finally start studying tomorrow. Suddenly, his headset starts vibrating and buzzing with a weird static noise. Surprised, he mutters, "Ah." Seogun grabs his phone to read a new text from his mom. "Seogun, are your classes going well? I just sent over your tuition and a little extra pocket money. Make sure you eat well. I am so sorry I could not send you more." He quickly texts right back, "Thanks, Mom. I am heading to sleep now." Huh? Walking back home through the dark streets, Seogun tells his buddy, "Listen, starting tomorrow I am completely done playing games." His friend asks in total shock, "Wait, why? You literally promised you would join the guild war with me." He firmly replies back, "I just cannot do it. Starting tomorrow I really need to attend classes at the English Center." Walking alone in the night looking super depressed, Seogun thinks to himself, "I feel so incredibly guilty every time I read my mom's messages. I have been wasting my life like this for months now." The view outside is a totally quiet evening, with a sky full of bright stars shining right through the window. Once he gets back home, Seogun sprawls out on his bed, scrolling on his phone in a dark room, lit only by the glowing screen. He is currently watching a really weird news clip on his phone. Now pay close attention here. The broadcast claims people with mysterious superpowers have been spotted overseas. These people are actually calling themselves players. Suddenly, the entire video glitches out and becomes completely unplayable. Looking completely confused, Seogun mutters out loud, "Huh, what is this? What do you mean this page does not exist?" He wonders to himself, was the video suddenly deleted just like that? Feeling totally exhausted, he decides to drop it. Whatever, I am just going to sleep. The view from the window shifts from dark night to a fresh, sunny morning. The very next morning, while Seogun is walking down an alley wearing his backpack, a text from his friend suddenly pops up. Hey man, can you please help me prepare for the big guild war today? Seogun stops walking, turns his head, and thinks very deeply. Maybe I really should just help him out for one final match? He turns slightly to the side with a super conflicted expression on his face, muttering, you and I both know what happens next. Suddenly, a blinding purple light completely swallows Seogun, leaving him absolutely terrified and shocked. What the? His entire body gets swallowed up by the brilliant glowing light. In pure panic, he thinks to himself, what is this crazy light? An overwhelming, irresistible force completely lifts Seogun right off the solid ground. His backpack drops to the ground, and Seogun completely vanishes into thin air inside the empty alleyway. When he opens his eyes, Seogun finds himself standing in an unfamiliar grassy field. All around him are voices speaking a language he has never heard before. Looking completely stunned, he asks himself, holy crap, where the heck am I right now? He realizes he is standing in a massive crowd of people, all dressed up like medieval knights and fantasy mages. Right in front of him is a giant stone knight statue. Still completely dazed and super confused, he wonders, where am I? Floating in a dark space, Seogun starts questioning his own sanity. What exactly was that bright light? Is he seriously being punished just because his promise to study completely shattered in a single day? He finds himself lying on the grass. A gentle hand is placed softly on his forehead. A mysterious voice echoes out, it is useless. You must join us right now. Annoyed, he opens his eyes and groans. Ugh, why so loud? Trust me, we want to see what comes next. Stick with me here. He wakes up totally stunned, surrounded by people clashing with swords and actual magic. A loud shout echoes out, just fight. Let's settle this right now. Watching two fierce warriors clashing hard with glowing blades, Seogun just cannot believe his own eyes. What the actual hell is this? He turns to look at another group dressed exactly like characters from a martial arts comic and starts wondering, why are there so many cosplayers all around here? Then he spots two mages actively chanting a spell, Electro. A blinding flash of lightning erupts, creating massive arcs of pure energy. Seogun thinks to himself in absolute disbelief, Is this just some kind of crazy dream? Completely overwhelmed by the madness and totally speechless, all he can manage to blurt out is, it is just. The view pulls back to show Seogun standing completely out of place among hundreds of fantasy characters. He asks himself once again where on earth he is. Suddenly, a ding rings out and a notification panel pops up. 100 players have been successfully detected. Seogun jumps back. Huh? Am I literally hearing a strange voice inside my own head? Now watch closely. The massive stone statue's eyes suddenly glow neon green. The robotic system voice announces, Initializing system. A glowing digital interface flashes right before Seogun's eyes. He stammers in complete shock. A system? The glowing notification panel continues to update and displays. Language synchronization is 100% complete. Hey, Seogun frantically looks around in every direction. Where is this voice even coming from? Then he quickly realizes something absolutely impossible. What the hell is going on? Are they suddenly speaking Korean? A chubby guy standing right nearby cheers out loud with pure joy. Hey everyone, you are all speaking my language now. A fierce warrior holding a spear points right at the enemy and screams loudly, We have been waiting for this exact day. You absolute enemies of our sect. An elf-looking guy with bright blonde hair points his finger straight at a cloaked figure. Chiron interrogates him. Did you drag us into this mess? The other guy, Escrow, just laughs back. Haha. Chiron, that is actually exactly what I wanted to ask you. Did you not pull me in here? With a deadly glare and utter disgust on his face, Chiron snaps at Escrow. You are completely shameless. He adds with absolute certainty, I will definitely not be fooled by your twisted lies anymore. Escrow, a sinister guy literally shaped like a walking skeleton, laughs like an absolute maniac and replies back, Whether you actually believe me or not does not matter, because everyone is destined to kneel before the Demon King's ultimate power. Chiron does not say another word. He raises his magic staff high and begins focusing an absolutely massive surge of glowing blue magic power. As a true Grand Mage of his tier, we both know it is about to go down. He solemnly declares, "I promise you this." His eyes sparking with furious lightning, Chiron lets out a massive roar. "I will kill you right here and finish off the Demon King right after." He unleashes an earth-shattering lightning technique straight at Escrow, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Lightning descent." However, right after the epic attack lands a direct hit, Chiron looks completely and utterly confused. Wait, did absolutely nothing just happen at all? Escrow stands there completely unharmed, scratching his bony head in confusion and wondering, I took that magic strike head on, but why did I not feel a single thing at all? Suddenly, Chiron turns around, points right at Seogun, and furiously yells, "So it was you who dragged me here? Tell me the absolute truth right now." Meanwhile, Escrow just mocks him. "Did you seriously think I would just tell you the answer?" Caught right in the middle of this insane argument, Seogun panics. This is way too real to be a dream. Suddenly, a sharp ding rings out, and a system notification panel pops up right in front of Seogun. Game start. He just completely freezes in place, standing there in absolute, jaw-dropping shock. That is where we leave it. The panel displays his first mission, difficulty easy, reach the top 90. Stick with me here, the system voice just announced our map is the Royal Capital. Rewards will be given to the top 10 players or higher. Skipping the boring tutorial. The system then announces a super important rule we gotta know. While inside the waiting room, all attacks between players are completely disabled. No fighting yet. Suddenly, a massive 3D map projects right in front of Seogun's face. He gasps in pure shock. "Is this a gaming map?" Then the voice echoes from the stone statue again. "Ding, ding. For those logging into this survival game for the very first time, let me give you a quick explanation. The system keeps laying out the crazy rules. This death game will last for 100 years, and every single day, the playable map area will shrink down a little bit. If you step outside the safe zone, you will take massive damage, so be extremely careful out there. This brutal game will continue until there is only one single survivor left standing, and if the game ends, or if you get eliminated, you will be sent straight back to your original world. But players who fail to reach the top 90 will never be allowed to enter this survival game again. Very soon, get ready. You will all drop into your desired landing spot using the special gaze of Argus to help you. You can grab loot at that location and use those items to survive into the top 90. The explanation wraps up with a chilling message, "I wish you all good luck." With a pale face and sweat pouring down, Seogun wonders in total disbelief. Am I dreaming about Lion Ground right now? You and I both know things are about to get crazy. Standing quietly among other players, he listens to the system announce that epic rewards will be given to the top 10 players or higher. Seogun's eyes quickly shift from pure panic to cold determination as he finally starts to accept this insane reality. He thinks to himself, even if this whole thing is just a dream, surrounded by all these absolute freaks, he continues his train of thought. While glancing over at some creepy-looking guy who is literally licking his own dagger, realizing the intense danger all around him, pure fear starts creeping right into Seogun's mind. Am I actually going to die here? He grits his teeth, and an intense will to survive erupts. Even if this is just a dream, I definitely do not want to die. If this place is actually like LOC, then suddenly a massive guy calls out to him, "Hey, you with the messy hair." Seogun turns around, confused, pointing at himself. "Me?" That huge guy slams his giant sword right into the ground, and aggressively growls at him, "Why do you keep looking around? Where did you come from?" Seogun just quietly watches him. Losing his patience, the guy swings his sword up and screams, "Are you ignoring me? I asked where you came from." Right then, a countdown drops. And get this, a confident smirk suddenly appears on Seogun's face as the system dings. Watch closely here. Game starts in 3. Seeing Seogun smile, the guy gets even more furious. "Why the hell are you smiling? Are you crazy?" he yells as the countdown timer drops down to number 2. With just 1 single second left, Seogun's grin gets even wider. He thinks to himself, "Why am I smiling right now?" Completely wrapped in a glowing aura of bright green digital energy, Seogun confidently thinks, "I am having such a fun dream right now, so why wouldn't I smile? With my pro knowledge of skills in LOC, I can easily crush punks like you and survive. The guy roars in total anger. You absolute bastard. How dare you? The final alert drops. Ding, trust me on this. Alright, stick with me. We are diving right into this wild survival game. Instantly, every single player gets teleported high into the sky, plummeting straight down. Everyone dives down, wrapped in bright blue streaks of light. Mid-drop, Seogun scans the other players and notices them all aiming for crowded drop zones where the best loot spawns. He quickly analyzes the whole situation. Just like the actual game, those packed central areas definitely hold way more high-tier items, but I think it is much smarter to start out in the suburbs for pure safety. He spots a much more isolated area and decides that landing right around there should be perfectly fine. Energy exploding around his entire body, Seogun yells out, "Landing!" He crashes straight down just like a shooting star. Shouting out, "Ah!" Seogun sticks the landing perfectly, creating a small shockwave right on impact. He stands up, looking around. Surrounded by lush green plains. Suddenly, a wave of intense nausea hits him hard, making him stagger and cover his mouth. Ugh, this motion sickness is awful. Trying to pull himself together, he spots a nearby house and decides he needs to get inside right now. Now watch closely. A rustling sound from the shadows makes Seogun jump, instantly going on high alert. He immediately recognizes the sound of someone else's footsteps. Cursing under his breath, "Damn it!" Because of that stupid motion sickness, I completely missed seeing who else dropped near me. Without a single second of hesitation, Seogun rushes straight inside the house. Panicking, he quickly thinks to himself, if I run into any enemies right now with 0 weapons in my hands, I am completely dead. He shoves the wooden door open and bursts right inside. Slamming the door shut, Seogun pants heavily, leaning back against the wood to catch his breath. Still breathing hard, he anxiously thinks to himself in a panic, did that bastard with the sword follow me here? Damn it, I really should not have provoked him earlier. Still feeling completely on edge, he carefully peeks out through the window cracks to check outside. The scenery is totally peaceful, with just the sound of rustling leaves. Trying to calm down, was it really just the wind? Breathing a sigh of relief, Seogun mutters, "Thank God I don't hear any more noises out there. Alright, time to loot this house and see what we have." He stands in the middle of the large room, recalling the game's instructions. They said to grab items from your drop zone, so I need to start searching this place top to bottom right now. While scavenging around the room, a very strange-looking object suddenly catches his full attention. You know that feeling when you find epic loot? A system panel pops up, you obtained a heavy crossbow. Gripping the crossbow, he struggles and complains, "This thing is way too heavy." Setting the weapon and some arrows on the floor, he thinks, well, anything is better than nothing. The moment Seogun picks the crossbow back up, a really bizarre feeling washes over him. The second I equipped it, the instructions on how to use it just flowed straight into my brain. Leaning on his military experience, he confidently raises the crossbow, taking aim. For a former Korean military sergeant, handling this thing is an absolute piece of cake. He rests his finger right on the trigger and mutters, "If I pull this, it should fire." Boom! An arrow blasts out with insane force, instantly shattering several objects across the room. Knocked back by the massive recoil, Seogun lands flat on the floor, looking completely and utterly stunned. Wow, the arrow is buried deep into a wooden pillar, proving its absolute devastating destructive power. With a huge smile, he thinks, "Trust me, you and I know he is unstoppable. Stick with me here. This could actually be super useful if he figures it out." After strapping the crossbow onto his back and stepping outside, he mutters to himself, "I kept searching, but couldn't really find anything else that's actually helpful." Looking around the massive open area, he starts feeling a bit more optimistic. Wow, this map is insanely huge, which is definitely a good thing. He starts moving forward very carefully. If you don't run into enemies right off the bat, you can safely farm for gear all over the place. Carefully aiming his crossbow toward another house, he quietly sneaks right into the building. A strange glowing object sitting on the table immediately grabs Seogun's attention. He walks over with pure curiosity and out loud asks, "What is this?" The system chimes in, "Ding, you have obtained a small healing scroll." A description window pops up. It says, "If you tear the scroll, your wounds will be completely healed." Gripping the scroll in his hand, he mumbles, "An item that actually heals your injuries if you tear it up." He quickly decides, I should definitely try to grab more recovery items. Then he wishes out loud, man, if only I could find an inventory bag. Now watch this closely. While searching, a purple light from the bookshelf makes him turn around. Eagerly, he grabs a book, and the system chimes. Ding! You have obtained the Dark Star Sect Leader's Martial Arts Manual. The description explains, it is a martial art that lets you fire pure dark energy straight through your fingertips. A system prompt pops up on screen. Ding! Do you want to learn the Dark Star Sect Leader's martial arts? Seogun stares at the old manual and wonders, can I actually learn this thing? Is it going to trigger a tutorial sequence or something like that? Instantly, a massive wave of intense purple energy completely engulfs his entire body, as the martial arts knowledge gets directly downloaded right into his mind. The skill book violently explodes in a blinding flash of purple energy right in front of Seogun. The energy book slowly shatters into glowing fragments of light that just melt right into his physical body. When the aura fades, Seogun stares blankly at his own two hands, asking himself, huh? Is that seriously it? You felt that shift, right? Suddenly, dark purple energy starts gathering directly in his palm, leaving him absolutely stunned and speechless. He spreads his fingers wide, amazed as he watches the dark energy swirling right inside them. To test out his crazy new power, he grabs a fork off the nearby dining table. He channels the dark energy straight into the fork and throws it with all his raw strength. The fork shoots forward at a terrifying speed and stabs deep into a wall, violently cracking the whole thing. With a hyped, arrogant smirk on his face, Seogun cheers out loud, I actually learned a martial art. He quickly pulls the fork out of the shattered wall. Holding the weapon in his hand, he yells in pure satisfaction, awesome. Standing in the middle of the room, he starts thinking. Having martial arts manuals must mean there are magic books too, right? No matter what, I am absolutely certain that Cloy Survival and Lion Ground are the exact same game. He firmly decides, I've already searched this entire place, so I'll just pack up and move to another location. While Seogun was busy looting, the sun fully set, and the dark night finally fell. He quickly rushes off, thinking, I need to find a safe place to hide right now. His blue eyes scan the dark, shadowy area on high alert. Raising his crossbow, he takes aim at a single house that has a very faint, flickering light. Only this house has lights on. Trust me, you and I really want to see what happens next. A lit room usually means one of two things. Either there is epic hidden loot inside, or someone is waiting to ambush. Stick with me. Let's see what happens here. He swallows hard, feeling totally on edge. Nice and easy, he pushes the door wide open. The second he steps inside, he shifts right into a fighting stance. He has absolutely zero clue how many other people drop down nearby. But if someone is actually hiding in here, they could be a total pro or just a total noob. He stops and listens closely. Absolute silence. I do not hear anything on the first floor. Glancing up the dark staircase, he nervously wonders, are they hiding up on the second floor? Eyes locked and determined, he reminds himself, I have a weapon, and if I ambush them with my black star palm, even against a master, I actually stand a solid chance. He carefully sneaks up those wooden stairs, taking it one silent step at a time. Now, watch closely. He slowly peeks his head upstairs to check. Crossbow raised and locked, completely ready to shoot down absolutely anything that moves. But finding the light source? Total shock. Turns out, it is literally just a rusty old storm lantern sitting there. Lowering his weapon slightly, he stays on edge. Wait, is it really just a stupid lantern? Or could this be a trap? His eyes dart straight to a closed door right next to the light, a hidden room. After watching in dead silence for a moment, he finally decides to make his move. Without hesitating for a single second, Seogun lands a massive kick right on the door. He bursts inside, ready for an all-out brawl. But the room? It is completely empty. Nothing. He looks around, totally lost, realizing nobody is actually there. He just freezes in place for a second. Finally, he drops to his knees panting, cursing himself out. Ha, damn it, I completely psyched myself out over nothing. He lets out a huge sigh. Phew, man, what an absolute relief that nobody is here. While searching around the room, he pulls open a drawer and suddenly discovers a mysterious ring. He picks it right up. A ring? Wait, is this some kind of special item too? You know what time it is. Ding. Ring of Strength. Boost the user's physical power by a flat 20 points when equipped. Staring right at the system prompt, holding the ring, he wonders, will I actually get that much stronger just by wearing this thing? He slides the magical ring right onto his finger. Instantly, a blinding burst of golden energy explodes from the ring, making Seogun scream out in shock. Ah! As the wild glow finally fades away, he checks his own body and asks in pure amazement, what is this? My body suddenly feels so incredibly light. I can barely even feel the heavy weight of my crossbow anymore. With sharp eyes, he realizes exactly what that plus 20 strength actually means in reality. He tries calling up his status screen, saying character stats, no, wait, my info. A brand new info panel pops up, making him absolutely thrilled. It actually showed up. He stares right at the status window displaying his stats. Name, Jin Seogun. Race, human. Fighter class, strength 30, vitality 15, agility 13, and magic resistance 5. He mutters, my baseline stats are pretty pathetic. Then he wonders, did I get sorted into the fighter class just because I learned one martial art? Smirking with some newfound confidence, he says, this is actually pretty cool. I mean, compared to starting with absolutely nothing, getting this boost right now is really good. He decides to double-check the entire first floor one more time and heads straight downstairs. While searching the area, he stumbles upon a second ring. System notification pops up. Spatial ring. It allows the user to store items inside a private pocket dimension when it is equipped. He slides the second ring on and mutters, man, I am just collecting rings non-stop here. The system immediately flashes a user manual. In order to store an item, just hold the item you want, say or think the word spatial, and touch the ring. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing what he stores next. Let's jump right back in. The system explains he can pull items straight out of thin air, but if his spatial storage is completely full, he will not be able to stash anything else. Seogun puts it together. It is basically a gaming inventory. So this world uses magic instead of regular old backpacks. Testing this out, he grabs a scroll and simply focuses his mind on the spatial inventory. He looks on in pure shock as a swirling purple vortex of cosmic energy suddenly materializes. Whoosh! The scroll gets instantly sucked right into the glowing vortex. He admits this feels totally bizarre. Still, it is incredibly convenient, totally saving him from having to lug heavy bags around. As the purple portal vanishes, he starts daydreaming about how absolutely amazing this would actually be. To have a power like this in real life. Standing there, lost in thought, he considers the martial arts. If he could just drag these epic items back to reality, now that would be insane. He pulls up the system interface to check the current stats, wondering if anyone has been eliminated yet. Staring at the glowing screen, he figures there has to be a kill log somewhere. The camera zooms in on his wide eyes as he finally spots the exact tab. Now pay close attention here, checking the survivor count. He realizes only one single player has been eliminated, leaving exactly 99 standing. He originally planned to farm loot until 90 players remained, but feeling the cold dagger in his hand, he quickly reevaluates the whole situation. He already managed to search through the nearby houses, and he scored a ton of sweet consumables. Plus, he got lucky finding multiple hidden weapons stashed away, to combo perfectly with his Black Star Palm. He hesitates briefly. Since he has pretty much looted everything here, it is probably time to get moving. Or would it be safer to just hide out until morning? His mind flashes back to those absolute powerhouses, the terrifying players he had spotted earlier back in the lobby waiting room. They are out there prowling in the dark. With his current level, he stands zero chance of defeating those beasts right now. But if he plays it stealthy and survives into the top 10, he earns bonus points to boost his stats even higher. Staring out the dark window, Seogun makes his final choice. Barely anyone is roaming around at night, so he decides to hit up one last spot before the sun rises. Trekking through a beautifully eerie, glowing forest, he realizes something crazy. Even though he has been constantly on the move, I know what you are thinking. He must be exhausted, right? Wrong. This ring of power is amazing. However, he senses that something is seriously wrong. Even with his massively upgraded physical strength pulsing through him, he is still suffering from real hunger and thirst. It seems this deadly survival game strictly follows real-life biological rules. Clutching his empty stomach, he groans. He is absolutely starving, and there is not a single scrap of food around. Desperate, He hopes there has to be some food left inside the city limits, pulling out his map to check. The map shows a settlement right around this exact spot, but where are the buildings? Then, suddenly, a terrifying, low growl echoes out from the pitch-black shadows, accompanied by a glimpse, dripping drool sliding off razor-sharp teeth. Seogun slowly turns around. His eyes widen in pure horror as he realizes a massive, bloodthirsty wolf is stalking him. After one split second of hesitation, he instantly spins around and runs for his absolute life. Sprinting away in complete panic, Seogun glances over his shoulder, cursing under his breath. He had not heard a single footstep approach him. Panting heavily, he throws himself behind a thick tree. Meanwhile, the giant wolf keeps letting out vicious growls as it slowly inches closer. Peeking out from his hiding spot, his eyes stretch wide with absolute terror as he finally sees the creature's true form. It is a towering, hulking werewolf with glowing red eyes stepping out of the darkness. The sheer terror makes Seogun stumble backward into the dirt. A literal werewolf. The monstrous beast violently swings its razor-sharp claws right at his face. Seogun screams in pure desperation. What the hell is this? He barely dodges. But trust me, you are going to want to stick around. He looks up and realizes there is more than one. Stick with me, we've got a massive werewolf pack charging right at him. He instantly scrambles up and starts sprinting for his life. He panics. I thought this was a PvP game. I never expected actual monsters to be here. Instant regret. If I knew absolute beasts like this were roaming around, I would have just stayed hidden in one spot, running hard and panting heavily. He mutters, I used to be a high-ranked player, man. It would be incredibly embarrassing if I just died to some random monster. He keeps sprinting forward blindly, not even daring to look back. Finally, he spots an abandoned building, dashes straight inside, and collapses to catch his breath. But those deep growls still echo outside. He looks back nervously. Damn it. Did they really follow me here? Totally cornered now, panic sets in. What on earth should I do? He peeks through the door crack. A werewolf is right there. Actually, two of them, actively sniffing around the main entrance. Watching their terrifying movements, Seogun quickly deduces, judging by how they keep sniffing the air, they are definitely trying to track my scent. If so, he raises his crossbow with pure determination. I'm going to strike first. Let's do this. He carefully aims his weapon right through that narrow crack. Intense focus. The arrowhead glows with a bright blue light. It shoots through the dark night, leaving a glowing trail behind. The werewolf takes a direct hit and lets out an agonizing roar. Its head completely shatters into ice fragments. He grins in satisfaction. Nice. Staying in a ready stance, he thinks thanks to this power ring, I can easily shoot one-handed. Now watch closely. He thinks he just has to handle the last one. But sudden, pure terror instantly hits him. The remaining werewolf smashes through the wall, lunging with a massive roar. Grah! Seogun grits his teeth, bracing to face the charging beast. A bloody scratch appears on his cheek as he barely dodges the attack. Pushed right to the edge, Seogun angrily curses out loud, "Damn it!" He quickly backs away, retreating. Raising the crossbow again, he fires an arrow straight at the aggressively lunging werewolf. The monster wildly roars, "Grah!" Even taking a hit, it doesn't slow down at all. It gets wildly aggressive, tossing Seogun far away. In a moment of absolute despair, he thinks, is this really how I get eliminated? But then he grits his teeth, not yet. With pure determination, he screams out space and instantly activates his magic ring. He rapidly pulls out a hidden dagger from his spatial inventory, channeling energy into it. Black Star Palm. He hurls the fully empowered dagger with all his remaining strength at the werewolf. The empowered dagger directly hits, instantly freezing the werewolf's massive body before entirely shattering it into a million icy pieces. Surviving an absolute life-or-death battle, Seogun drops down, heavily panting. You feel that relief too, right? Sweat pouring down. He laughs, "Ha! I totally thought I was done for." The werewolf's crumbled corpse lies scattered on the floor. He kneels down, feeling completely exhausted. Suddenly, a glowing loot bag drops right from the monster's remains. He thinks, thank God I stored that dagger earlier. I honestly thought I was going to lose to those beasts and fail. How embarrassing. He curiously stares at the glowing bag. What is this? He cautiously approaches and picks it up. Is this an exclusive drop item from the monster? But opening it, He groans in disappointment. Damn it, is this seriously just water and jerky? I could literally just go hunting to find my own food. Chewing jerky, he wonders if he should explore. Then he spots an armor piece on the table. That's where we leave it, trust me. You're gonna want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. He tries the chest piece, comparing it to modern body armor. Way too big. But out of nowhere, the armor magically shrinks down to fit his body perfectly. Oh, it auto-adjusts to the user? Then, the system chimes in. High-grade orichalcum chestplate equipped. Your resistance to both fire and wind magic has massively increased. Flashing a huge grin, he cheers. Wow, this is absolutely incredible. It boosts way more than just basic stats. Super hyped, he keeps searching around. I bet there's more epic loot hidden here. He checks the bookshelf, finding absolutely nothing. Huh, what is this? Nothing there. But then he accidentally kicks an invisible object. Wait, is this a hidden item? He reaches out and feels the texture. It feels just like fabric. He equips it, and the system alerts him. Cloak of the Night equipped. When worn, standing perfectly still in the shadows makes you blend right in. The system continues explaining it. While hidden, you become completely undetectable by magic, and absolutely every single sound you make is totally silenced. Flashing a super sneaky smile, he thinks to himself, this gear is totally broken. He instantly realizes the cloak's insane potential. Meaning I can easily dodge anyone I bump into at night, right? This is literally the ultimate survival item. He clenches his fist with pure determination. With this, I can survive as long as I want. Time to work. He thinks back, totally confused why a random house existed in the middle of nowhere. It was a secret farming spot. My luck on day 2 is way better. The night sky reveals a super bright moon. Wearing his new cloak, he walks through the woods. Still haven't seen anyone. Maybe because I spawned in a totally random location. Suddenly, he freezes. Now watch closely, because everything changes. Panting hard, damn it, he is sprinting away from someone. Running totally desperately. Damn it, I'm being chased. Gripping a magic scroll, he thinks furiously. If only I had time to use this thing. A trash-tier apprentice mage like that would be absolutely nothing to me. Hiding behind a massive tree, he watches his pursuer trying to catch his breath. The guy mutters, I never expected to actually run into a mage out here. From his hiding spot, Seogun sizes up his enemy. He doesn't look very strong. If I'm right, I can easily take him down. The chaser is still gasping for air. Seogun aims his crossbow but hesitates for a second. This isn't a real person, it's just a game. Why are you hesitating like this? Just shoot. You and I totally missed this. Damn, someone yells. Escrow's flame. A massive fireball instantly blasts straight toward the other guy. Caught completely off guard, he can only scream in pure terror. His pursuer gets absolutely swallowed up by the raging flames, screaming out in absolute agony. Ah. From the dark, Seogun watches in pure horror as the fire burns the player, wondering, is he totally wiped out? He is still completely frozen by the terrifying scene that just unfolded. As the flames finally die, or where the player fell, only a single treasure chest remains. Seogun realizes since there's no body, just a chest, we are definitely living inside a video game. So then that chest must totally contain all the items he had, right? But where the heck did that fire come from? Suddenly, a deep voice rings out from right behind him, making Seogun jump. Tsk. So what do we make of this? A magicless weakling actually dares to steal my rare items? The mysterious stranger violently grabs onto Seogun's new cloak. Stick with me here. He growled in a cold tone. Unlucky bastard. If he had just died by my blade, he wouldn't have had to suffer the absolute agony of burning to death. To Seogun's absolute shock, the terrifying guy completely ignored him, just casually walking right past him as if he saw absolutely nothing at all. He thought to himself in pure disbelief, did he really not see me? Damn, this invisibility cloak is seriously amazing. The man stood right in front of the chest, arrogantly declaring to the corpse, be honored that you died by my own 2 hands. Chiron bent down and muttered eagerly, let us see what this guy actually dropped. Still hiding perfectly in the shadows, Seogun fully realized the game's brutal reality. That dead guy was a player just like him. He could easily be the next target hunted down by this total maniac. He gritted his teeth, a sudden cold determination rising deep inside his chest. The exact second I hesitate, someone will kill me and steal a higher rank, he silently told himself. In that case, I have to act now if I want to survive, he concluded silently. Meanwhile, Charon looked pretty thrilled with his loot. Oh, he actually had some really sweet gear. But suddenly, a massive blue energy blast violently struck Chiron. Visibly frustrated, he snapped, "Another player is here?" Damn it, I made way too much noise. This is all that dead bastard's fault. Chiron quickly cast a glowing magic shield to defend his blind spot. Now watch this epic ambush. Seogun raised his bow, raining invisible attacks directly onto his enemy's magic shield. Chiron struggled to hold on. Crap, my barrier will completely shatter if this keeps up. From a hidden blind spot, Seogun quietly observed the chaotic fight. Chiron gritted his teeth hard, desperately trying to pinpoint the enemy. You are over there, right? He shifted his stance, trying to find a much better attack angle. The enemy attacks grew way fiercer until Chiron's magic shield finally cracked and shattered into tiny, useless pieces. He screamed in absolute panic. My barrier, you little bastard, where exactly are you hiding? Seogun stayed perfectly still, remaining completely invisible thanks to his overpowered cloak. In pure desperation, Chiron attempted a massive counterattack. Flames of Escros. But right before he could even finish casting the big spell, a flying dagger embedded straight into his forehead. He only managed to let out one final gasp. Flames. He collapsed heavily, officially ending his life in the deadly game. Seogun, who threw the lethal dagger, finally stepped out of the dark shadows. Still panting in absolute surprise, he muttered to himself, I actually won. You know we love loot. 2 chests dropped Chiron's, and the very first player's box. Standing before both chests, he thought, if someone saw those flames and tracks me down here, it will be a massively annoying headache. I better farm this epic loot super fast and get out of here. He decided, let us check the mage chest first. The system popped up. Ding, you have received basic gloves. Ding, you obtained a medium healing scroll. He smiled in total satisfaction. Oh, that is actually a really solid healing item right there. The system alerts continued. Ding, you have obtained the necklace of escrows. This pure gold necklace officially signifies that you are a ranked mage of the Escrows Magic Association. He inspected the fancy item and frowned. Huh? Is this just a useless piece of trash with 0 stat boosts? I will just store it away for now. While rummaging around the chest, another shiny item quickly caught his eye. Wait a minute, what is this thing? He picked up a super weird stone, and the system pinged again. Ding! You have received the circle stone, allowing the user to carve a magic circle around their heart to actively use mana. The system explained even further. Ding! After using it, you can instantly learn the magic of that specific circle. Recalling the dead player's words, he asked, I can become a mage just like that? Trust me, you will want to see what he does next. Stick with me here if he had time to use this. That annoying apprentice mage wouldn't have been a problem at all. Seogun finally gets it now. So that was exactly why the guy said that. Flashing a wicked smile, he grabs the stone and mutters, sorry about this. But I will gladly use this for you. He tosses the rest into his spatial inventory. He figures he should stash the leftover loot and inspect it somewhere way more secure. He scouts for a new hideout. I need a quiet spot to use this circle stone. Spotting a building that looks totally abandoned, he thinks, yeah, that spot works. Sitting in a room, he pulls out the stone. The system immediately asks, do you want to use the circle stone? He confidently answers yes. The system throws a warning, use this stone, and you will be completely paralyzed for 3 hours. You cannot take any actions or use a single item during that entire time limit. You and I know warnings mean trouble. It promised slight pain forming the circle, but the agony hits way harder than expected, making him grit his teeth and scream. Ah, he tells himself he managed to hold back the desperate screams wanting out. He spends the next 3 hours in absolute torment. When it finally ends, sprawled on the floor exhausted, he mutters, a little pain? You call that little? I seriously thought I was dead. He sits up. Martial arts is easier, magic sucks. Status. His status window pops up, now showing the mage class and a brand new mana stat. He comments, oh, so it looks like I can actually hold 2 classes at once. I even got a mana stat now. He starts thinking. Since 2 guys already bit the dust, the survivor count should definitely drop. He gives the command, survivors. Another info window appears. He looks shocked. How is this even possible? The survivor count plummeted down to just 45 out of 100 players. He literally cannot believe his eyes. Did it really drop down that much? A massive kill log pops up, revealing a single player named Nam Sa-hwang. He took out so many players. He wonders, who is Nam Sa-hwang? Now watch this flashback closely. Hours ago, a player was chased and begging, sobbing, please stop, stop chasing me. His pursuer just licks his lips, totally wicked. The guy tries to run in pure desperation, but he trips and falls. He begs hopelessly, top 90. Just let me make it into the top 90 players. Nam Sa-hwang stands over his victim, radiating this intense, terrifying blue energy. The other player keeps begging, I cannot just die like this here. I am begging you. He ruthlessly delivers the final strike on the player, while the victim screams out, please, just this one single time. Standing over the victim who turned into a chest, Nam Sa-hwang smirks smugly. With this, every single participant is going to know about it, right? He walks away, leaving the loot chest in the dark night. A glowing text displays the name Nam Sa-hwang, the game system announces. Day 3 of the survival game officially starts. Looking at the survivor count, 45 out of 100 left, Seogun asks himself in sheer horror. What? 54 people died in a single night? He stares at the kill log. Muttering the name of the guy behind this purge, Nam Sa-hwang, I hope we never cross paths. But then a spark of hope hits him. Wait, if things keep going like this, I might actually make the top 10. He recalls right before they all started. He remembers they announced a reward for that rank. Money, items, or skill unlocks. Stick around. Because you and I want to see what happens next. Could he bring these game skills and items back to the real world? He sighs, snapping back to reality. Stick with me here, there's a literal killer loose, and our guy is getting way too comfortable. He stands straight up. Glowing blue mana instantly starts radiating from his bare hand. Got to finish up and move out soon. Opening his palm, he feels this crazy new power. He can literally feel the raw energy surging inside him. Is this actually pure mana? Then it hits him. Right, he looted some kind of magic book yesterday. He quickly pulls it straight out of his system inventory. The system flashes the item stats. It is a wind sphere magic book. It generates a solid sphere of wind. Sphere count scales up with the user's power level. He totally geeks out, shouting, I knew it. A system prompt asks to consume the item, and he instantly hits yes. Watch closely, pure magical knowledge just floods straight into his brain. He stumbles back, totally shocked. Wait, what the heck just happened? The system just hardwired the spell directly into his mind. He starts chanting the exact spell. He yells out, Wind Sphere. 5 tiny, rose-shaped wind orbs pop up from his fingertips. Staring at them, he feels pretty underwhelmed. Seriously, just this? He focuses, making the little orbs float around. Suddenly, the wind orbs merge together and blast straight forward. They smash right into some wooden crates, completely obliterating them. Seeing the heavy damage, he smirks. Way stronger than it looks, this will be super useful. But right after that, a massive wave of exhaustion hits. He gasps for air. Why is he so drained? Is it backlash from using real magic? A warning screen pops up. His mana bar is completely wiped out. Time ticks down, and the game's safe zone starts shrinking. He makes a call. He will farm for loot right along the edge of the boundary. Sneaking through a ruined town, he figures his chances of fighting another player are dropping. I mean, half the lobby is already dead, right? Got to speedrun this loot before the red zone closes in. He sneaks through a dead courtyard. High above, a mysterious white-haired guy is watching his every move. The strange guy smirks. Well now, this is highly interesting. He leaps off, vanishing instantly. Later, Sehun reaches a brand new zone. He checked the map, there should be houses here. Suddenly, he freezes, totally shocked. Ah! You and I both see it open chests, surrounded by literal pools of blood. On extreme alert, he reacts in a split second. He casts Wind Sphere, sending the magic orbs flying forward to strike. Standing in the dust cloud, he mutters, "Was it just the wind?" He feels super paranoid. I swear someone was just here. His eyes snap wide in pure terror, sensing extreme danger. The scene pans to a completely smashed-in wooden doorway. Inside, a pitch-black room covered in fresh bloodstains. Sehun walks in, looking totally stunned. Did someone get slaughtered here? Hiding out in the shadows. Sehun scopes it out. They must be pretty top-tier players to survive this long. Or should I just finish them off while they're badly injured? They definitely have some god-tier loot. But he quickly shakes that dark thought away. Nope, survival comes first, got to bounce. He turns his back and quietly walks away. He vanishes into the mist. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into the madness. After some dead silence, the wounded guy peeks carefully through the broken window. He nervously mumbles to himself, "Is that monster finally gone?" Seeing absolutely nobody out there, he lets out a huge sigh. Phew, thank heavens I hid so well, or I would have been dead meat. Standing up, he throws his sword over his shoulder and arrogantly brags, "Honestly, I could have easily crushed that guy if I wasn't already injured." He immediately starts digging through all the leftover treasure chests. Well, better loot this fast and run. But suddenly, bam! An arrow rips through the air and buries right into his back, making him scream in absolute pure terror. He only has time to spit out a single curse filled with pure agony and complete despair. Good lord, that brutal shot finished him off instantly, burying itself really deep inside his body. Stepping from the bushes, Seogun lowers his crossbow and smirks. Thanks for coming out so incredibly fast. With a sly grin, he figures he'll farm all this gear real quick and then head straight to the edge of the forbidden zone. But watch this next part closely. A voice suddenly drops right behind him. "You look pretty skilled there." That comment instantly startles Seogun, making him spin around in total panic. He silently curses himself for dropping his guard completely. Standing there is a white-haired old man, the exact same guy who was watching him earlier. The elder speaks totally calmly. "No need to be so terrified. I just want to ask you a few simple questions." Seogun stammers out, "Who even are you?" The old man replies with this gentle look, "Even if I told you exactly who I am, would you actually even know me? After all, every single one of us comes from completely different lives." Seogun forces a stiff, awkward smile. "Is that right?" He thinks to himself, "This old guy feels completely different from anyone else I've met so far." They start walking side by side under the fading twilight sky. The elder casually asks, "So, have you ever participated in this type of survival game before?" Seogun looks surprised. "A game? What do you mean by that?" The old man explains, "I've been keeping an eye on you, and I noticed you adapted incredibly fast. I'm pretty certain you already realize this world isn't actually real. I know what you're thinking. How did Seogun never notice this guy watching him for so long?" He nervously answers back, "This is my very first time being brought here, but I played a really similar game back in the world I originally came from." The elder looks super intrigued. "A game? Is it similar to this exact format?" Now that's incredibly fascinating. Yeah. Seogun thinks hard. I could tell just by looking at his outfit, but this guy is definitely not from my original homeworld. As it gets completely dark, the old man calmly remarks, Looks like night has finally fallen." Seogun replies, "Yeah, this is actually the third day now." The elder points straight up and asks, "Is the moon back in your world really that massive too?" Right then, Seogun realizes something crazy. He never even noticed the moon was so incredibly huge here. Seogun answers simply, "No, the moon is definitely way bigger here." The old man nods and adds, "In my home world, it's a lot smaller too." He then asks, "By the way, could you maybe explain a bit more about that game you mentioned earlier?" Seogun suddenly gets super anxious. "Right here? I feel like we could easily get jumped and ambushed in an open spot like this." The elder hums and suggests, I'm guessing this might end up being a pretty long conversation, so why don't we head somewhere else?" Hearing that, Seogun hesitates and asks, "Somewhere else? But how do I know you won't just kill me?" Suddenly, the old man aggressively grabs Seogun by his cloak, dragging him down fast. He sharply warns him, "Here's the golden rule. You and I know it don't make a single sound unless you want a massive target on your back." Then, in an instant, The old guy literally takes off flying at insane speeds. Ah! He lets out an absolute scream of pure panic, his face completely twisting and contorting in pure agony. Wide blue eyes staring in pure shock, his jaw clenched tight. The old man completely grabs him and suddenly launches straight into the sky. Trust me, you and I are definitely not ready for the wild consequences of this fateful encounter. Under the bright full moon, the old man carries Seogun, effortlessly gliding right over the treetops. Flying deep into the dark forest, they finally land on a massive branch of a towering ancient tree. The white-haired elder strokes his long beard, smiling kindly as he speaks with pure amusement. Oh ho! So in your world, people usually play around with little dolls like these? Inside a virtual space? Honestly, it sounds like your world is an absolutely magical place to be. Well, we are completely safe up here. Seogun is still totally dizzy from the ride. He clings tightly to the thick branch and asks in shock, "You dragged me all the way up this tree?" Stuttering, he tries explaining, "How should I even put this? It is a place with a highly advanced civilization." The old man nods, looking deep in thought. An advanced civilization? Ah, so that is how it is. That completely explains why you managed to adapt to this crazy game so incredibly fast. Meanwhile, Seogun glares at the old man, screaming internally in pure panic. Damn it! You and I are probably wondering the exact same thing. How long was he watching? Almost like he is reading his mind, the old man calmly replies, "I have been with you since the exact moment we got dragged here." Seogun flinches hard, his eyes going wide with absolute, pure shock. He thinks to himself, "No way. Is this guy literally reading my mind right now?" The old man clasps his hands behind his back, staring kindly into the distance. He originally planned to just enjoy the fresh mountain air for the next 100 days. But everything you did made me super curious. I decided I had to speak with you, simply because I am also wondering why we were forced into this place. I have zero intention of hurting you, so you do not need to be on such high guard. Standing on the huge branch, Seogun still keeps a very safe distance. He replies back, "Honestly, I also have absolutely no clue why we were brought here. But did you not just say that your world actually has something similar to this kind of setup?" Seogun furrows his brows, his expression suddenly getting a lot more serious. "Well, that is just a form of entertainment. It is literally just made for fun. And obviously, people do not actually die in real life. So when it comes to the motives of some supernatural beings who can kidnap people from entirely different worlds like this, I seriously have zero way of knowing anything." The elder narrows his eyes, deep in thought, and quietly says, "I understand now." A sharp, brilliant light suddenly flashes right inside the old man's eyes. "Now watch closely here." He tells him this twisted game is actually a massive opportunity for someone. Seogun asks him in total confusion, "A massive opportunity?" The old man calmly sits down on the branch, explaining clearly, "I am sure you already know this. But dying in this place does not mean you actually die forever. Once you die, you get ranked and then receive a special reward that perfectly matches that specific rank. And I firmly believe the rewards are the exact items you managed to collect here." Seogun touches his chin, looking extremely thoughtful. "You mean the items I currently have on me right now?" The old man crosses his arms, giving a firm nod. "Not just those physical items, but even the epic skills and martial arts you learn in this place as well." Yes, of course. There is still zero solid proof to actually back up that theory yet. Amidst the beautiful, mystical green forest scenery, the wise old man continues speaking. "Magic is wild. You and I need to see more. Let's dive in. So you think all of this could be a real opportunity? I am pretty sure that someone like you would not even need them. But for those dealing with brutal hardships, having these powers could literally change their entire lives." Seogun looks up, his eyes showing a bit of self-doubt. He immediately fires back. "And what makes you think my life is easy?" He drops his head, his voice going quiet. "You look like a true martial arts master, so I bet you have tons of disciples back home. That level of respect cannot even be compared to a useless guy like me, someone with zero real purpose in life, which is exactly why I said this is a massive chance for people struggling to get by." The old man suddenly cracks up laughing. "Haha, young friend, you say some truly fascinating things." Totally panicked, Seogun frantically waves his hands in the air, voice full of anxiety. "You shouldn't be so loud. Please, keep your voice down." The old man stops laughing and asks with curiosity, Watch closely here. By the way, earlier I saw you swiping your fingers through thin air. What was that? Seogun suddenly realizes. He lets out a small ah and replies, So you don't know how to open the map? While I shared all the useful survival tips and game tricks for making it in this world, and listened to epic stories from his home world, the morning sun quickly came up. Seogun lightly lands on the ground from the high branches. Looking up at the bright sky, he sighs. It's morning. The old man smoothly drops down too. He affectionately pats Seogun on the shoulder, acting friendly. Feels like this chatty old-timer wasted too much of your time. Flustered, Seogun waves his hands, stumbling slightly. Whoops, not at all. Sticking close to this guy is probably the smartest way to stay perfectly safe. Seogun thinks to himself, looking up at the old master. He speaks with pure honesty. I genuinely had a blast hearing all those wild stories about your home world. The old man smiles warmly. Since I learned so much about how to play this from you, is there any way I can return the massive favor? Seogun's eyes shoot wide open as a spark of hope flashes. You know he takes this chance. He steps right up, grabbing the elder's robes with both hands, his eyes burning with desperate determination. Is there absolutely any chance you could teach me some of your martial arts techniques? I seriously want to survive this until the very end. And I desperately need your help for that. The elder looks straight into his eyes, his expression turning unusually heavy and dead serious. He slowly says, I won't say it's impossible. A nervous drop of sweat rolls down Seogun's temple. His eyes light up with intense hope. But the master continues with an iron tone. You must prepare for the absolute worst. Seogun gulps incredibly hard, voice shaking as he asks, The worst? The master stares unblinking, emphasizing every word. I mean actual death. So what is your final decision going to be? His gaze turns razor sharp. To achieve success through such unorthodox methods, you have to pay an extremely heavy price. The old man presses him hard. Are you really prepared for that? Seogun flinches, hesitating for a split second. But elder master, he says totally deadpan, people don't actually die for real here. The old man startles, eyes going completely wide in shock like he just snapped awake. That's where we leave it. Ah, you're right. He thoughtfully strokes his white beard. All right, stick with me here, this master actually has a method. Hearing this, Seogun tightly clenches both his fists. His eyes practically shine with pure hope as he eagerly asks, Is there really a way for me to get stronger? The old master calmly replies, Well, it is definitely worth a shot. Overwhelming joy instantly lights up Seogun's entire face, and he eagerly presses on. So what exactly must I do? The old man speaks slowly. First, let us see exactly how much internal energy you actually have. Right after saying that, he gently places his hand on Seogun's head. Seogun sits there completely clueless about what is happening. Wait, what? A second later, the old master's eyes shoot wide open, filled with absolute, pure shock. Oh my God. Your internal energy. The old man rips his hand back, looking incredibly bewildered. It is literally less than my guard dog has. How is this even physically possible? Seogun just stares back with a totally deadpan expression. I already told you that. In my world, things like martial arts or internal chi simply do not exist. The master immediately barks an order. Sit down right now in the lotus position. Seogun completely obeys without question. He sits cross-legged neatly right on the dirt. The old man places his hand back on his head. A wave of warm energy starts flowing inside. Beads of sweat start forming on Seogun's forehead as he feels this heavy, crushing, invisible pressure weighing down. Now here's where it gets intense. The master warns he will feel the agonizing pain of dying, but won't even be able to move a muscle. Hearing this, Seogun gets super nervous and asks, Then what do I do? The old man locks eyes with him, his voice deadly serious. Endure it, because if you fail, you will literally die. Almost instantly, a very bizarre and overwhelming sensation hits him. Every single one of his senses is stretched tight like a bowstring. The simple wind brushing against his skin literally feels like razor-sharp blades slashing, and the air entering his lungs burns like pure magma. Seogun thinks in panic. Wait, can I actually hear the tiny footsteps of ants crawling on the grass? His mind becomes unnaturally sharp and hyper-focused, allowing him to feel everything in his surroundings with absolute, terrifying clarity. Ah, a massive surge of bright blue raw energy. suddenly detonates deep inside his own body, violently tearing everything apart. The horrific agony makes him throw his head back in a silent scream. Am I actually dying right now? A desperate thought flashes through his mind. As his consciousness slowly begins to slip away, his blue eyes blast wide open, his pupils shrinking down to dots from the sheer pain and terror. In his final fading moment, a blurry reflection of himself and the master flashes in his eyes. Phew! The master gently pulls his hand back. Seogun completely collapses, completely drenched in sweat, panting for dear life. The agonizing pain is finally over, leaving his body completely drained. The old man calmly states, "It is done." Seogun suddenly snaps his head up, deathly pale. He desperately tries to hold back the intense nausea rising in his throat. Ugh, he simply cannot take it anymore, and violently throws up everywhere. The master stands right beside him, nodding as he casually observes. You saw that too, right? Surviving something this brutal proves your physical constitution is actually incredible, and you have some serious natural talent. The old man continues explaining, since I just completely realigned your internal chi flow, your body is going to be very different from now on. Seogun slowly wipes his gross mouth, his voice still shaking and weak. So what should I do now? The old man reminds him, you were the one who said you wanted to get stronger fast. Seogun gives a very pained, difficult nod. Yes. The master opens his hands, explaining his insane technique. And that's where we leave it. He literally just pushed Seogun's soul slightly out of his body, and then creating a massive absorption gate right in that empty space. Listen up, because here is the twist. Absorbing someone else's life energy totally destabilizes your entire body. Eventually, their yin and yang harmony completely shatters, leaving them totally powerless or worse, dead on the spot. But the martial art I just gave you, it actually lets you safely absorb scattered life force to massively boost your own internal energy. Seogun completely panics. Wait, so I could actually die from this? The old man just shakes his head. You are a bit different. Unlike those guys who rebuilt their meridians to create a gate, I actually used your literal soul to make it happen instead. He says with absolute confidence, you have zero internal energy right now. You are like a blank canvas, so I perfectly tweaked your meridians for this, allowing you to absorb all that life energy in perfect harmony. Understand why I handed you a forbidden martial art from the Central Plains? Seogun thinks for a second, then it totally clicks. It is because of the setting of this game, right? The elder smiles proudly. Exactly. I love how fast you catch on. He continues. I actually sensed it clearly just yesterday afternoon. Wherever people die, there is always leftover life energy lingering around. Now pay close attention here. The only real way to level up this crazy technique? Massacring other people. But in this death game, survival means that is not a problem. If you can eliminate the other players, by the end of 100 days, you will reach an absolutely legendary tier. The old man turns around. All right, it is finally time for us to part ways. I would be thrilled to see you again. Seogun desperately calls out, wait a minute. He runs over looking super anxious. Since you helped me so much, please at least tell me your real name. The elder looks back with a warm smile. My name is Jiang Du Cheon. People usually call me the Hidden Sage, and the technique I taught you is the White Body Divine Art. Seogun bows deeply in massive respect. Thank you. I will seriously never forget this huge favor. Jiang Du Cheon nods. Of course, absolutely. Also, get used to breathing deep. By gathering your internal energy and focusing entirely on your dantian, you are going to gradually become an absolute beast. He suddenly remembers something. That is the map, right? Super convenient. He then says his absolute final goodbye. I will see you again when the chance arises. Seogun replies with total respect. Yes, elder. Then swish. A sudden noise. Jiang Do Cheon leaps into the sky, vanishing into the thick canopy. Seogun is left standing completely alone. You and I both saw that insane speed, right? That guy is an absolute master. He stares in the exact direction the elder vanished, a burning desire suddenly filling his chest. If I could use Lightfoot techniques, I could definitely travel around just as freely as him. After parting ways with the master, Seogun just stands there in the dense forest. Morning sunlight cuts right through the leaves, and he takes a deep, grounding breath. His eyes are full of pure determination. All right, let's start moving toward the outskirts of the restricted zone exactly as we planned. Getting kidnapped by the elder to the center of this zone only took a split second. But walking all the way back? Brutal. It dragged on for a solid half day. Under the bright full moon, he groans to himself. This map is way bigger than I thought. As the dark night falls, Seogun hides deep in a bush, eyeing a two-story house from a distance. He narrows his eyes, thinking, those lanterns are still glowing even though it is pitch black out. He carefully peeks out from behind a massive tree, his brain rapidly analyzing the whole situation. Option 1. This is just a completely empty house with nobody inside. Or 2. Some clueless newbie left it on. Trust me, we are in for a wild night. Snap. Zero hesitation right here. Come along with me on this one. Seogun sprints toward the house, gliding like a shadow beneath the starry night sky. He pushes the unlocked door and slips right inside. Step by step. Moving dead silent, Seogun raises his crossbow high, taking every single step with extreme caution. His eyes dart around, staying on high alert. He glances up at the second-floor window, and right at that exact moment, the lights cut out. A totally wicked smirk creeps onto his face. He guessed right, it is time to farm some loot. After rummaging around for a while, Seogun slumps onto the floor, looking visibly disappointed. Sweat drips down his temple. He stares at the random junk in his hands and lets out a frustrated sigh. Total garbage, just a bunch of completely useless items. What a massive waste of time. Seogun falls flat on his back, spreading his arms wide. A system panel pops up. Ding, you have received a minor healing scroll, some dried meat, and basic stuff. He lets out a massive yawn as heavy exhaustion finally hits him. Oh right, he did not sleep a single wink yesterday after chatting with that old man all night long. Just a quick nap, he is way too exhausted. He pulls out a thin, transparent film, clearly some kind of defensive item, covers himself with it, and immediately drifts into a deep sleep. The quiet night slowly passes by beneath the bright moonlight. As the very first rays of morning sunlight shine through the window, a system notification suddenly rings out. Ding, survival in Cloy, day 5. Seogun is still sleeping soundly on the floor, fully wrapped inside his protective barrier. Rustle, rustle, something moves. He shifts slightly and starts waking up. This place does not really feel like an abandoned house anymore. Seogun groggily opens his eyes. Now pay attention here. Unease creeps in, and he jolts completely awake when a shady silhouette suddenly appears right outside the window. Damn it, the sun is already way up and he is still sleeping like an absolute baby. He quickly grabs the crossbow resting right next to him. The wooden door up ahead remains completely shut. Creak, the door suddenly swings wide open. A guy with a mustache walks right in, wearing armor and looking incredibly worn out from his travels. He lets out a huge sigh of relief. Finally time to rest. But suddenly, his eyes lock onto Seogun lying right there on the floor. In a flash, Seogun aims his crossbow dead straight at the intruder. Whoosh, without a single word, he pulls the trigger and the arrow rips through the air. Clang! The man reacts with absolutely insane lightning speed. You saw that too, right? He expertly deflects the arrow with his sword. A martial artist, huh? So incredibly annoying. Seogun clicks his tongue as mystical purple energy starts gathering right in the palm of his right hand. Black Star Energy Palm. He unleashes a devastating attack, firing off countless black energy darts from his palm that rain down like an absolute storm. You lowly trash, how dare you use hidden weapons against me? The man roars in pure rage as the darts pierce right into his body, fresh blood already starting to spill out. Even wounded, he swings his sword and charges forward with absolutely terrifying, aggressive momentum. Bam! Seogun coldly delivers a crushing stomp right onto the martial artist, sending him crashing hard into the floor. Crack! He keeps his foot pressed down, utterly crushing his opponent's desperately struggling hand. Ah! The guy screams out in absolute agonizing pain. Seogun pulls out a dagger, his eyes completely ice cold, his voice dripping with pure annoyance. I was having such a great dream, and you just had to wake me up. Trust me, we know he is finished, as he stammers, begging for mercy. All right, stick with me, we are diving straight into absolute madness today. The guy drags himself backward, his face completely pale with pure fear. I will give you everything I have, he screams. Please, I fought so hard just to survive, I can't die right here. Then slash. A brutal strike. Zero hesitation from our guy. Siwoon coldly swings his blade down, totally ending the man's life, along with his final desperate scream. Fresh blood splashes right across Siwoon's face and clothes. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Ding! Jin Seogun just scored a lethal headshot. He stares down at the lifeless body, offering a totally freezing reply to the guy's last plea. I can't afford to die either. But suddenly, Siwoon freezes in his tracks. He senses something super weird radiating straight out of the dead man's corpse. A glowing wooden chest slowly materializes out of thin air, completely wrapped up in a mysterious, bright green aura. Now pay attention here, this is exactly what Elder Jang Dorian mentioned. Siwoon thinks to himself, slowly reaching his blood-stained hand straight toward the glowing wooden chest. Is this what they actually call life force energy? The second his fingers brush it, the green aura instantly wraps around him. Whoosh! All that wild life force from the chest violently surges right into Siwoon's body. His enemy's power, it is totally overflowing. Wait, is this actually real internal energy? Siwoon grits his teeth through the intense feeling, sensing massive power pumping straight through his veins. I only absorbed one guy's life force, but my body feels incredibly light, and this raw strength is literally overflowing. He stands up, instantly feeling a massive physical upgrade in his body. Show my stats, Siwoon commands right inside his head. A system window flashes open. Race human, trait martial artist, class mage, internal energy stat 20, and mana sitting at 30. He is totally stunned. Oh, I already unlocked internal energy? That dead guy's stat was at 20? Siwoon stares hard at his status screen, his eyes completely flashing with pure excitement. Elder, you seriously handed us a cheat code way beyond my wildest imagination. Even if I avoid killing, I absolutely have to secure more of this life force somehow. He turns back to look out the window. What the heck happened to all the other survivors? Wait, survivors? Siwoon's eyes go wide. What is he looking at? Another system panel drops down. Survivors left, 24 out of 100. Jin Seogun just scored a lethal headshot. He is absolutely shocked. Only 24 people left already? It has literally only been 5 days, huh? You probably saw this coming, right? Watch closely, because someone else just got wiped off the board. The survivor count instantly drops down to 23 out of 100. A brand new alert flashes below. Nam Sagwang eliminated Karl Verstappen using martial arts. Somewhere else in the ruined town, a brown-haired man is lying completely dead on the ground, blood pooling everywhere. He only managed to choke out his final desperate words, Nam Sagwang. Another glowing chest immediately spawns right out of his corpse. A young guy rocking platinum hair, his face completely covered in fresh blood, glares downward. He attacked me first, so I assumed he was an actual threat. Turns out, I just got my hands dirty for absolutely nothing, right? That crazy guy just turns his back and walks off, casually muttering. Sigh, it feels like way too many players have died already. When is this nightmare finally going to end? He pulls up the survivor window. Ha, there are seriously only 22 people still alive? Wait, huh? He suddenly spots Siwoon's name chilling on the kill feed. Jin Seogun? His razor-sharp golden eyes dangerously narrow. I have this weird feeling I have seen that bastard's name somewhere before. Back inside the quiet house, Siwoon intensely glares at the name Nam Sagwang. And trust me, you and I need to watch Nam Sagwang, he definitely holds the highest kill count here. I absolutely must avoid that monster. Stick with me, he stares at his hands, reassessing his strength. He barely survived taking down a weak nobody, so reaching Nam Sagwang's crazy level is basically impossible right now. Kneeling beside the dead guy's chest, a completely determined look flashes across his eyes. He tells himself, I need to farm items fast and get out before the forbidden zone shrinks again. After searching, Seogun quickly steps out of the house. From that dead player's loot chest, other than a refined recovery potion, there is literally nothing else worth grabbing, he thinks to himself. Well, if they actually had rare items or elixirs, they wouldn't have died so easily to me. Looking out at the massive rolling mountains, Seogun makes a smart, strategic decision right there. I'm going to camp out until the survivor count drops as low as possible. 1 full week later, deep inside a super creepy forest, A giant wolf monster with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth is stalking behind a huge tree. Growl! The beast snarls as a crazy laser beam shoots straight out of its red eyes. Here is the crazy part. Facing this savage beast, we both can see exactly how incredibly lucky he actually was earlier. A massive blast of raw energy explodes directly out of Seogun's heavy weapon. Partly because I have not been able to farm much at all while camping out, but absolutely every single item I have managed to find is complete trash. Standing in the foggy woods, Seogun raises his crossbow, aiming right at another wild beast. "All right, buddy, you are going to be my dinner today," he mutters. Luckily, probably because I only moved through the outer woods right by the Forbidden Zone's edge, I have not run into any enemy players yet. Sitting flat under a tree, Seogun chews on some jerky with a completely exhausted look. I am so freaking sick of eating dry meat. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Survival in Chloe, day number 12. Seogun stands facing a glowing hexagon energy wall, the strict boundary for the Forbidden Zone. He thinks to himself, there are exactly 20 survivors remaining now. Curiously, he reaches out to touch the wall, and a sharp, numb feeling instantly hits him. Ugh, this is bad. If I step outside this barrier, I will not even be able to move. He stares blankly into the absolute dark void outside. Over the past week, the kill feed has only displayed kills made by Namsa Kwang. Everyone is hiding, even that monster. I know exactly what you're thinking, but pay attention as he suddenly realizes something staring at that wall. Huh? Standing high on a rocky cliff, Seogun spots smoke and bright flashes erupting from a distant valley. Looks like a massive all-out battle is going down over there. Completely surrounded by enemies, Namsa Kwang pants heavily, his face dirty but his eyes still blazing with pure defiance. "Who are you guys?" One of the attackers surrounding him shouts out. "We all gathered here with one common goal, taking you down." A fully armored knight, likely the leader, points his sword straight at Namsa Kwang and yells, "You have zero chance of winning, just die peacefully." Hearing this, Namsa Kwang just smirks with absolute arrogance. You actually think that to catch a single child, you all need to rush me together like an angry mob? Well, thanks for saving me the trouble of hunting you individually. Trust me on this, seeing those glaring golden eyes and cruel smile, you and I know they're doomed. Those of you wanting to kill me, at least you are already prepared to die, right? Stick with me, we are about to watch an absolute massacre unfold. Whoosh! In a flash, Namsa Kwang completely vanishes from his spot. Catch him, do not let him escape. The whole group panics as he rockets straight into the air. Crack! He lands hard, grabbing one guy right by the head. He coldly counts. 1. Boom! The guy's head literally explodes like a smashed watermelon. Blood splatters everywhere. The rest of the squad freezes in pure, absolute terror. A lead knight stammers, "Damn it, how did he do that with just one single hit?" Namsa Kwang's face is completely covered in blood. He licks his lips, totally calm. Now that makes 2. He tears into the crowd like a tornado. Endless slashes and horrifying screams fill the air. This is not even a battle anymore. It is a completely ruthless, one-sided slaughter. Now pay close attention to the kill log. This is where it gets crazy. Barring any crazy plot twists, the clear winner of this entire death game is obviously going to be Namsa Kwang. Meanwhile, cutting back over to Seogun. He is staring in absolute horror as the system board just keeps ringing. Ding, 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 ding. The survivor count plummets to just 11 out of 100. A massive list of players wiped out by Namsa Kwang's martial arts pops up. This bastard. Seogun breaks into a cold sweat. Is this guy an actual psychopath? Taking out 9 players at once. Is he literally using hacks? Back at the massacre site, Namsa Kwang is panting heavily, totally drenched in blood. He glares around the bloody battlefield and scoffs with disgust. Ah, just a bunch of nobodies. He walks away, leaving countless loot chests and items completely abandoned behind him. Ugh, this blood smells so sticky. You guys really should have died a lot cleaner. Why did you even bother struggling? He raises a hand to wipe his face. I should probably go find a valley or a river to wash this off. Night finally falls, leaving behind an empty clearing scattered with treasure chests and one single abandoned staff. A blond guy with pointed elf ears steps right up and slowly grabs the glowing staff. He mutters under his breath, "This is Elizabeth's magic staff." He grips it tight, his bright blue eyes flashing with pure rage. "Elizabeth, I swear I will definitely avenge you. I swear it in the name of Scrow beneath this moonlight. Just 11 survivors left. I know what you are thinking. Who drops next?" Deep inside a forest, Seogun stays hidden, gripping his crossbow tight as he calculates. "If I can just hold out a little bit longer, I can easily hit the top 10. But after witnessing the absolute chaos during the day, his expression hardens into pure focus. To survive against a monster like Lubu out there, I desperately need to find some much more reliable gear. Lubu. A gamer term for the absolute strongest player, boasting insane power or top-tier status in a specific field. From up on a hill, he gazes down at a massive, magnificent castle. That castle will probably be outside the safe zone by tomorrow morning. Standing before the massive structure, his eyes burn with pure resolve. That is literally the absolute last spot where I can farm decent items safely. Seogun quietly pushes the massive front door open. A quiet creak echoes as he carefully peeks his head inside the dark hall. "Wow, this place is absolutely incredible," he whispers to himself. His bright blue eyes widen in sheer awe at the magnificent sight inside. He slowly walks right into a grand hall. Massive stone pillars stretch all the way up to a towering ceiling overhead. Everything is bathed in a quiet, mystical blue glow. He steps up to a royal guard armor set and curiously reaches out to touch it. A system notification pops right up. Royal Guard Armor. Strength requirement not met. Received. "So what do you and I think happens next? Let's jump right in," he mutters, completely disappointed. His strength? Not nearly enough. Just dead weight. The status window pops up, Jin Seogun, strength level 30. He lets out a heavy sigh, looking totally defeated. What a massive letdown. Come on, there has to be something way more useful hiding around here. Seogun keeps muttering, scanning the entire room until he suddenly freezes in his tracks. A glowing object catches his eye. Huh? He picks up a small leather pouch radiating a soft blue light. A system prompt appears. Clairvoyance Elixir, a legendary potion that heavily boosts internal energy. Cooldown time? 3 whole hours after use. And right below it, a simple prompt. Use an elixir? If I have this, I won't even need to absorb life force anymore. He cheers out loud. This castle is literally a treasure trove of top-tier loot. Wait, there is even a martial arts manual? Seogun gasps in pure shock, grabbing the old book. The notification flashes, Secret of the Indestructible Fist has been successfully acquired. Since using this works like the circle stone, I need to find a safe hiding spot for 3 hours. He calculates his next move, but then clack, a key accidentally slips from his hand, hitting the floor. He instantly goes dead silent, staring down at the floor with a highly puzzled expression. Wait a second, is that a hidden underground storage room down there? He wonders to himself, spotting a secret trapdoor secured by a faintly glowing lock. You and I both know something seriously insane is hiding down there. Right then, boom! A terrifying explosion erupts outside, shaking the entire massive castle to its core. Seogun whips around, eyes wide in absolute horror, right before a massive shockwave violently blasts him away. Arg! He screams in pure panic as the explosion's insane pressure flings him away. What the hell? Nearby, Scrow whips around, his face twists in shock and pure rage. Damn it! Seogun grits his teeth, bracing himself hopelessly as a raging firestorm threatens to swallow him whole. Crash! He gets launched straight into a thick bush right outside. The brutal impact leaves him totally dizzy. I am pretty sure nobody followed me in here. What in the world just happened? He whispers in total confusion, peeking out from his safe hiding spot. Can you believe this? He freezes, instantly recognizing that familiar face from the waiting room. Right out of the flames. Scrow. The pointy-eared blonde man emerges. His face is ice cold, gripping a glowing staff in pure defiance. He glares intensely at Nam Sagwang, speaking down to him with absolute, arrogant superiority. Surviving my explosion? I guess you didn't just kill all those people and stay alive purely on dumb luck after all. Scrow slowly levitates into the dark sky. A perfect full moon shines brightly behind him. Nam Sagwang, yes. I will definitely remember that name. What the hell are you even babbling about? Nam Sagwang looks up, mocking him with absolutely zero fear. If I just shut that annoying mouth of yours, you are seriously nothing special at all. He growls, a sinister dark energy instantly erupting from his entire body. If you have time to spout all that garbage, then just attack me already. My time is valuable. He smirks, his arrogant expression perfectly provoking his furious opponent. Let's see how long you can keep running that mouth, Scrow fiercely screams. His eyes burn with pure rage and a psychotic smile. You talk way too much. Nam Sagwang just smirks back, his glowing golden eyes flashing with brutal, pure excitement. Hiding in the bushes, Seogun just stares in absolute, utter shock. Let that sink in. The Lubu look-alike, causing all this massive chaos, is actually just a kid? You really are one insolent little brat. Scrow furiously roars out. Alright, you and I are dropping right into pure rage. He screams, let us see how long you can keep running that mouth. Hiding right there in the bushes, Seogun just holds his breath watching, sweating bullets over this intense showdown. I am Scrow, the absolute master of incantations, and I command you. He raises his staff high up, gathering raw lightning straight from the sky. Let the lightning strike down and obliterate him. Scrow roars loudly, pouring every single ounce of his magic into this devastating attack. Violent bolts of lightning fiercely crash down, but Nam Sagwang is moving with absolutely insane speed, dodging every single blast in a totally spectacular way. How long are you going to keep dodging like a pathetic rat? Scrow screams out in pure anger. Come on and try attacking me just like you did to poor Elizabeth. Still hiding, Seogun thinks in pure terror. This guy is seriously not just bluffing. Even back in the Central Plains, I have never seen anyone quite like this monster. This is some truly terrifying, mind-blowing power. You absolute filthy little rat of a bastard. Scrow furiously grinds his teeth, his face completely twisted up in blind, ugly rage. He violently shoots up into the air, gathering an absolutely massive amount of destructive magic. I am ending you with this final move, Nam Sagwang. Epic lightning storm. Now, pay close attention here. Scrow yells, unleashing a terrifying thunderstorm covering the entire wide sky. Nam Sagwang calmly looks up. His glowing golden eyes flash with shock, but zero fear can be seen. He quickly channels his chi, forming a massive blue energy vortex right in his hand to counter this insane magical storm overhead. Wearing a look of pure, intense focus, he effortlessly controls the flowing energy, completely ready to block this world-ending destruction. With one incredibly sharp, decisive motion, he pushes the powerful energy upward, blasting out a massive pillar of light that shatters the storm. Scrow completely freezes up for a second, wide-eyed, totally unable to believe what just happened. In an instant blur, Nam Sagwang appears right up in his shocked face. The distance between these two legendary fighters is literally just inches. Swinging his arm, a bright glowing blue energy sphere aims right at Scrow, going in for the brutal kill. That is not nearly enough to break my shield. Scrow desperately throws up a magical barrier, loudly declaring his absolute confidence right in his face. Just die and disappear already. Scrow screams in pure despair as the brutal attack effortlessly shatters his magic barrier, literally slicing his entire body right down the middle. Nam Sagwang suddenly looks closely. He is completely surprised when his devastating attack seems to just phase cleanly right through that annoying bastard. You saw that twist too, right? Scrow flinches as the fading illusion finally vanishes into thin air. From way up high, the real Scrow looks down, muttering, "So that was just a fake illusion?" Still hiding, Seogun stares blankly at this totally bizarre scene. Wait, is it actually raining now? Is this crazy weather actually being caused by the magic? Seogun is completely stunned. This is some truly unbelievable, mind-blowing power on display. Nam Sagwang possesses such overwhelming strength that it literally alters the weather. Scrow floats high in the sky, looking seriously troubled. Since I cannot sense him with my tracking item, that coward must have run far away by now. Damn you to hell, Nam Sagwang. He roars furiously out into the heavy pouring rain. I will absolutely hunt you down and destroy you. Deep inside a distant forest, Nam Sagwang is running hard, completely out of breath. He finally stops, leaning heavily against a big tree and gritting his teeth. That absolute bastard mage. So what do we take from this? He will absolutely never forgive that dirty, cowardly little ambush. No matter what happens, I will personally murder you with my own hands. Scrow glances up at the blurry moon through the pouring rain. First things first, retreat and recover. From a distance, Seogun watches his every move. After completely losing track of Nam Sa Kwan, Escrow touches down and vanishes into thin air. He scans the area. The only reason he hasn't been spotted yet? That invisibility cloak is doing some heavy lifting. You and I are about to watch him survive another day. Seogun stands alone in the rainy ruins. They always say the most dangerous spot is the safest. Escrow and Nam Sa Kwan definitely aren't coming back anytime soon. Suddenly, an idea hits him, and his eyes completely light up. Found it! He quickly rushes straight back to that hidden underground trapdoor. This could be a secret vault where they stash their most crucial items, or maybe it's a hidden dungeon absolutely loaded with some kind of epic, long-lost treasure. The Hingas creak. Seogun carefully pops the trapdoor, peering down into the pitch-black staircase below. He mutters to himself, looks pretty deep down there. He smiles, relieved. Now pay attention, because you and I know we always loot first. Looks like nobody else has stepped foot in here. Grabbing a lantern, he takes the stone steps one by one. Thank goodness I swiped this lantern, he thinks to himself. I totally farmed it from that house the other day. Click. He hooks the lantern right onto the wall, letting a warm yellow glow fill up the dark space. What's waiting for him? A basement packed with wooden barrels and random slabs of dried meat hanging around. He looks around, confused. Is this seriously just a boring old food pantry? He lets out a massive sigh. Well, if there's nothing but food down here, that's still pretty great. Damn it, I'm running out of spots to farm loot. What the heck am I supposed to do now? He grabs his stomach, looking completely wiped out. Come to think of it, I've only eaten bland jerky since getting here. Fast forward 1 hour. Seogun is sprawled out on the floor, totally surrounded by breadcrumbs. He rubs his belly, looking incredibly satisfied. Now that was a seriously good meal. He blinks, halfway to dreamland. You know what? Some white rice would have made that absolutely perfect. Oh well, beggars can't be choosers, right? Maybe I should just go ahead and test out that elixir right now. He sits up, suddenly remembering something else. Oh wait, I actually still have that martial arts manual. He grabs the glowing book, and a system window instantly pops up right in front of him. The Indestructible Fist Manual. It is a hand-to-hand combat technique created in his final years by some old guy who goes by the name Manhwa. He keeps reading the description, looking more than a little skeptical. This guy apparently dumped his entire life's combat experience into creating what was supposed to be a totally unbeatable, completely flawless punching technique. But with a final record of exactly 1,429 wins and 1,429 losses, he got totally mocked his entire life. And this martial art was completely lost forever because nobody wanted to be his disciple. I know what you're thinking, total trash, right? He groans, why did I even pick this up? He clicks his tongue. Whatever, learning this is definitely better than learning absolutely nothing. The book in his hands erupts with brilliant light the second he decides to learn it. I'll put the martial arts training on hold and drink the elixir first. He picks up the potion vial, deep in thought. Do I seriously just chug this? Considering the insane agony I felt activating that circle stone, hesitating right now makes total sense. But since I only ever care about leveling up and getting stronger, I'm not hesitating to drain this entire elixir right now. He tilts the bottle back and downs it in one shot. Instantly, his eyes shoot wide open in pure shock. Raw mana is flooding his lower core. A massive burst of blue energy violently explodes right out of his body. This power is absolutely nothing compared to the tiny amount I managed to absorb before. Suddenly, his body feels like it's going completely crazy, and every single movement becomes incredibly sluggish. He slumps down. Stuck for 3 hours. Trust me, you and I know this won't end well. Stick with me here. 3 hours later, he sits up drenched in sweat. Over already? He wipes his forehead, looking completely exhausted. Sitting still for 3 hours is absolute hell. He collapses onto the floor, totally drained. I have been hiding in the forest all week, and today I run into both the Grand Mage and Nam Sa Kwang. Honestly, a miracle I am even alive. Beyond exhausted, he curls up into a ball and instantly drops into a deep sleep. Ding! A system alert cuts through the dark night. Survival for the Day 13 qualifiers has officially come to an end. The bunker door slides open, revealing an absolute wasteland outside. Just as expected, I got trapped right inside the Forbidden Zone. He steps outside, scanning his surroundings carefully, searching for remaining survivors. A holographic panel pops up right in front of him. Survivors remaining? 10 out of 100. Huh? Did somebody else get eliminated in the dead of night? He takes a closer look at the alert board, and pure horror washes over his face. What? The board spells it out clearly. Jang Dutron committed suicide. He stammers. How did the old man end up like this? He suddenly remembers the old guy's words about a very specific, dangerous cultivation method. Since he knew there were zero risks, did he seriously choose some bizarre way to cultivate? He stares blankly at the energy wall steadily closing in on him. You and I know making top 10 feels good, but definitely not like this. He is absolutely certain there is no other logical reason for the old man to just end his own life. The map is shrinking fast. He looks around frantically. How exactly does he secure a spot in the top 10? I absolutely cannot get eliminated just because I am stuck in the forbidden zone. I need to get out of here, fast. For now, just try to hold out as long as possible without dragging myself into any unnecessary fights. He sprints forward at top speed. Running hard, he keeps a tight grip on his crossbow. Laying low. It is the only way a weakling like him can actually climb the ranks. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of heat hits him. He freezes, eyes blown wide open. Boom! A massive fireball explodes right in front of his face. The impact blasts him backward violently. Pure panic. What the heck? Where did that even come from? A mage who can throw a fireball like that? Pay attention, because we are about to meet a real monster. A terrifying thought hits him. Could it be? From the far end of the scorched, burning path, a very familiar figure slowly appears. Escrow raises his hand with an ice-cold glare, and only one name echoes inside Seogun's head. Escrow, what is this nonsense? Something down here managed to trigger my tracking item, so I naturally assumed it was Namsa Kwang. But this is a pathetic face I have never even seen before, Escrow says, looking incredibly annoyed. Seogun realizes with pure panic, I was way too distracted by moving so fast with my newly acquired internal energy, and completely forgot to check my surroundings. I am so ein absoluter Idiot. By the way, do you happen to know where a guy named Nam Sa Kwang is hiding? Escrow asks in a totally arrogant tone, not even bothering to look back at Seogun standing far away. If you do not know, Escrow trails off menacingly. Meanwhile, hiding just behind a nearby tree, Nam Sa Kwang is smirking to himself with pure, absolute arrogance. Then you will just have to die right here. A voice suddenly rings out from right behind Escrow. It is none other than Nam Sa Kwang, wearing a brutally cruel smile. Escrow continues in a highly threatening tone. The only way you get out of here alive is by telling me exactly where Nam Sa Kwang is. If you do not know, I will have absolutely no choice but to kill you. Keeping you alive is just a massive annoyance. Hey, what are you even saying the second you look at me? How on earth would I know something like that? Seogun snaps back in panic. We would probably do the exact same, right? His eyes go wide. I only asked. Let's dive right into this. You look like you're from his world. If not, just die. Escrow says coldly, completely unaware that Nam Sa Kwang is charging right from behind. Boom! Nam Sa Kwang lands an earth-shattering punch straight to Escrow's back, setting off a terrifying energy explosion. Escrow spins around, his face totally shocked. Was this guy hiding? But I was fully healed. Aren't you completely out of mana right now? Nam Sa Kwang smirks with pure provocation. Seogun just stands there, absolutely panicking. Where in the world did Nam Sa Kwang even come from? I am ending this right now, he roars out loud, charging forward with a brightly glowing fist. Clang! Escrow raises his staff just in time to block the attack, creating a deafening, metallic screech. A simple attack like that could never actually manage to hurt me at all. He says confidently. Splat! But immediately after, fresh blood sprays right from his mouth as an invisible force easily pierces his defense. Have you ever heard of weaponized aura strikes before? Nam Sa Kwang smirks, his eyes flashing with absolute cruelty. Among those techniques, this hand aura is a martial art that very few ever master, but I never thought I would actually need to use it in this world. You are the very first person I am showing this to here. Now watch closely. Consider it a massive honor, Archmage, Nam Sa Kwang says to him. He presses his hand hard against Escrow's chest. Cough. Escrow violently coughs up blood. Slash. He unleashes a brutal punch that completely pierces through Escrow's chest. You absolute monster. Escrow screams out in pure, agonizing pain. Now you will not be able to use those annoying spells anymore, right? Nam Sa Kwang asks with a heavily mocking tone. Gulp. Gulp. Escrow can only let out muffled, pathetic groans in pure agony. Someone of your caliber could have easily made the top 5 here. You should really regret ever crossing paths with me, Nam Sa Kwang says totally coldly. From a distance, Seogun thinks to himself, should I consider Nam Sa Kwang showing up as lucky? While those two monsters are busy, I need to get out of here fast. Just die already. Nam Sa Kwang's ice-cold voice rings out loud, but this time it is aimed right at him. Seogun completely freezes up. Pierce! Nam Sa Kwang finishes Escrow with a fatal blow. The raw aura energy tears straight through his body. Cough. Fresh blood pours from Escrow's mouth as he collapses. Escrow's eyes are wide open, filled with absolute terror and total disbelief. Seogun narrates purely in his mind, watching the Archmage Escrow. I know what you're thinking. The guy who seemed invincible just fell pathetically to Nam Sa Kwang. A sudden thought flashes through his mind, completely overpowering his deep fear of Nam Sa Kwang and totally wiping out any pity he had for Escrow. If I could somehow absorb their life force, just how insanely strong could I actually become here? Seogun clenches his fists tightly. A greedy, incredibly bold idea sparks within him. Nam Sa Kwang stands over Escrow's dying body, mocking him. Where's that overly confident guy from yesterday? Is this pathetic, half-dead corpse really all that is actually left of you right now? Any last words before you die? Oh right, you can't even speak because of me. Escrow, covered in brutal injuries, endures it silently. But suddenly, a voice echoes right inside Nam Sa Kwang's head. Huh? What is that? Are you seriously talking inside my head? Nam Sa Kwang asks in surprise, wiping blood from his lip. A voice full of pure hatred rings out in his mind. Elizabeth, the person you brutally murdered, was actually my most beloved disciple. Escrow bows his head. The voice in Nam Sa Kwang's mind continues, dripping with heavy bitterness. When that precious child was not recognized by the academic world and got expelled from the university, just for being a girl, I regretted it endlessly, and that's where we leave it. Because I failed to stop her. Escrow's heavy voice finally fades away. Nam Sa Kwang just scoffs right back. A girl, you say? Stick with me here, he sneers. Then there is no way I missed her, or does she just look exactly like a dude? Escrow cracks a terrifying smile, his entire body suddenly exploding with a super dark, sinister aura. Now I can finally shut that filthy mouth of yours. Feeling the intense, deadly danger locked onto him, Nam Sa Kwang's eyes fly wide open in pure shock. What did you just say? Hiding in the bushes, a terrified Si-woon thinks. Hold on. He looks straight up and sees a massive, terrifying fireball literally forming right in the sky. What the heck is that? A meteor? He panics hard, realizing a blazing, giant meteor is actually crashing straight down towards them. No way, he cannot cast magic all by himself. What kind of crazy trick is this? Now watch this closely. A strange voice echoes as Escrow channels his absolute final, deadly magic. Nam Sa Kwang totally grits his teeth, looking up. Amidst the roaring flames, Escrow stands firm. The voice explains it all. The ultimate spell an archmage casts, trading all their mana and life force just to trigger it. Armageddon. You absolute crazy bastard. Nam Sa Kwang roars out loud, bracing himself to face this completely devastating attack head-on. Ah, I seriously should have run away sooner. Si-woon screams in pure despair as he gets totally sucked into the massive explosion. In his final fading moments, Escrow smiles completely at peace. Elizabeth, it is so good to finally see you again after all this time. I really hope we can meet again someday soon. Then his body just vanishes into pure light. An earth-shattering explosion instantly swallows everything whole, turning the entire area into absolute ash and dust. Watching from far away, a mysterious white-haired man silently observes the whole crazy disaster unfold. He mutters under his breath. If he was a guy who could actually use magic at that insane level, then it could only be that specific person after all. Nam Sa Kwang lies on the ground, completely covered in blood. Damn it, I should have run much faster. It is all because of that damn cursed life force. You and I both know our guy won't give up. Buried under rubble, Si-woon desperately grabs his stone. I cannot die miserably like this. He pulls out a huge stack of healing scrolls and shoves them all straight into his mouth. I literally farmed a whole mountain of healing scrolls just for crazy situations like this. He staggers back up to his feet. Huh, I barely managed to escape that alive. If it were not for drinking that elixir, I would have never made it out. He quickly tears open another healing scroll. Even after healing, it still hurts so much. One simple scroll does nothing. After burning through absolutely all of them, he stands there heavily panting. Man, I can finally catch my breath a little bit now, phew. I actually used up every single healing scroll I had been saving this whole time. He sighs hard. I have to survive. A system notification pops up right before him, Survivor. He checks the kill log panel. Nam Sagwang has successfully taken down Escrow. He thinks to himself, so Escrow is actually completely dead. Such a shame I could not absorb his life force, but I guess it is what it is. He frowns in confusion. But wait, why is there no kill log for Nam Sagwang at all? Is that monster still alive? Suddenly, a super weak voice echoes from nearby, help me. He cautiously follows the noise. The sound is definitely coming right from this specific direction. He moves a giant leaf aside and spots someone barely clinging to life. Please, is there anyone actually out there? And trust me, you are going to love this. Siwon's eyes go wide, realizing the dying guy is Nam Sagwang. Nam Sagwang lies completely broken and bloody, desperately trying to bite down on a healing scroll with his mouth. He gasps out in pure despair. If only I could somehow use this scroll. I refuse to die miserably like this. Stick with me. Seogun analyzes the scene perfectly. A meteor literally just slammed into Nam Sagwang. Dodging that blast was next to impossible. And since both his arms are crushed, there is zero chance he can rip a healing scroll, right? He steps closer. Nam Sagwang is absolutely desperate, begging, hey man, please just tear this for me. Seogun narrows his eyes and asks cautiously, wait, are you Nam Sagwang? Those bright golden eyes widen in absolute shock at being recognized like this. Seogun smirks. Every single time your name popped up on the kill feed, I kept wondering what kind of crazy items you found to get so overpowered. Honestly, I thought you were going to win the whole game. Who knew you would end up looking this pathetic? Look, just help me out this once, and I will let you win. If you help me now, letting someone take the victory means absolutely nothing to me. Do you really think you can win this solo if you kill me right now? Nam Sagwang begs in utter desperation. Seogun pulls out his dagger and a circular stone. A very dark thought crosses his mind. Watch closely. He raises his dagger. If I take all his items and his life force. His eyes flash with pure greed. I will become the Lu Bu of this game. No, even if you kill me, you have no idea how many other overpowered monsters are still lurking out there right now. I honestly do not even have that many items. My martial arts were not learned here. Nam Sagwang screams out in absolute panic. You should at least know the name of the guy ending you. My name is Jin Seogun. Seogun drops a cold smile. Am I really about to die like this? Nam Sagwang screams, but I will never ever forget. His eyes burn with pure hatred. Slash. Seogun plunges the dagger down, finishing off Nam Sagwang. Jin Seogun lets out a heavy breath. Phew, why did he have to look like a kid? Makes a guy feel kinda guilty. Seogun sighs, his expression looking a little bit conflicted. He suddenly freezes, feeling an extremely weird surge of energy rushing straight into his own body. The bright blue energy gets stronger and stronger, completely wrapping around him. Whoa, this is an insane amount of life force, Seogun shouts out in pure excitement. You seeing this? That bastard Nam Sagwang was basically a walking human elixir, right? A massive wave of inner energy is completely flooding into me. He laughs like an absolute maniac. Somewhere else, another player spots the status update. Beep. The total survivor count just dropped. The number of survivors shrinks to 8 out of 100. Another player checks the kill log. Beep. Jin Seogun has officially eliminated Nam Sagwang with a longsword. Up on a branch, a pointy-eared archer mutters to himself. Now that the tiger is dead, the foxes are going to run wild, he says looking sharp. Seogun feels his brand new power. This is a massive pool of inner energy. With all this power, I think I could probably take on absolutely anyone right now. He turns his attention back to Nam Sagwang's chest. Nam Sagwang's chest. With that much inner energy, he must have been totally overpowered already. Surely he did not just skip farming items, right? I'm going to be so annoyed if it is empty. You and I are about to find out. He opens it, and brilliant blue light bursts out. What is this? He gasps in shock. 2 rings pop up with their stat info. Kaiser's ring massively boosts agility. The Dreamer's ring provides a massive boost to raw strength. Then 3 more rings appear. Galen's ring massively boosts your stamina. Toha's ring massively boosts magic resistance. Toha's ring massively boosts magic resistance. Alright, stick with me here. You and I are about to watch Siwoon equip an absolute ton of insanely rare rings. That bastard Nam Sogwang talked total trash about not relying on gear, but clearly he hoarded everything. Absolutely ridiculous. A massive surge of raw power instantly floods his entire body. He bursts out laughing and quickly pulls up his personal status window. Let us check those stats. The window pops up. Name, Jin Seogun. Race, human. Class, martial artist and mage. Base strength, 70. Stamina, 70. Agility, 75. Magic resistance, 90. He is completely amazed. Wow, these upgraded stats are no joke at all, right? At this crazy rate, absolute victory is 100% guaranteed. He tightly clenches his fist, practically overflowing with confidence. Besides those shiny rings, there are plenty of martial arts books lying around, but sadly, he cannot learn any yet. It looks like he needs some prerequisite internal energy cultivation techniques first. He stands straight up, but suddenly feels a very weird shift in the air. Wait a second. He listens closely. Now, watch closely. This is where it gets interesting. He glares forward, sensing someone approaching fast. Escrow Legion Flame, take a direct hit. An arrogant voice suddenly echoes out as a gigantic, blazing fireball flies straight towards Siwoon. Stepping out from behind a massive block of ice, a strange unknown man suddenly appears, gripping a magic staff. He clicks his tongue, Tesk. You cannot just completely drop your guard like that while farming for loot. He glares at Siwoon with pure, absolute contempt. Seeing you take a surprise attack so easily like that, managing to eliminate a guy like Nam Sogwang must have been nothing but pure, dumb luck. When the thick smoke finally clears, the arrogant mage is completely dumbfounded. What the heck? He stammers, seeing Siwoon standing there without a single scratch. That is literally impossible. How are you still completely fine after taking my ultimate fire spell? Siwoon simply dusts off his shoulder like it was absolutely nothing, calmly saying, I thought I saw a little flash. A system notification pops up right beside him. Jin Seogun magic resistance, a whopping 90. He slowly takes a step forward, every single movement radiating an absolutely terrifying, cold-blooded level of supreme confidence. Step back, get back. What kind of trick are you pulling? The terrified mage frantically retreats in sheer panic. If you take one more step closer, I will completely obliterate you with an even stronger spell. He wildly channels raw mana into his palms and fiercely roars. Flame of the Escrow Legion. You saw that too, right? A random brown-haired guy is watching from afar, quietly smirking to himself. Ha, that is not going to work at all. Explode. The desperate mage unleashes a horrifying, massive blast of raging fire directly at Siwoon. But Siwoon simply raises his bare hand, and his brand new rings brightly glow. He blocks the entire explosion effortlessly. Then, he tightly clenches his right fist. His eyes flash with absolute killing intent. Peerless fist technique, a strike meant for a direct, brutal hit. Siwoon violently dashes forward, throwing a devastating, heaven-shattering punch right into the screaming mage's face. The stunned mage only has time to widen his terrified eyes before thick blood violently spurts out. The heavy impact is so insanely powerful that it sends the guy and his magic staff flying away. Siwoon stares down at his own fist, genuinely shocked. Wait, what? I honestly did not expect much. I totally thought this was a completely useless martial art that always failed. Just as the rumors said, a martial art technique's raw power scales directly with the user's hidden internal energy. Absolutely next level. The blasted mage brutally crashes into a massive tree, groaning in pure, miserable agony. His broken body slowly dissolves into floating light particles. A system alert chimes in, beep, survivors remaining, 7 out of 100. And beep, Jin Seogun defeats Jihak using bare fists. Siwoon quietly looks at the glowing aura wrapping his hand. Probably because his magic resistance is so incredibly high, even high-tier magic spells cannot leave a single scratch on him anymore. Absolute beast. He calmly pulls his dark hood up. So what do you and I make of this? With Nam Sagwang gone, the hiding cowards crawl out. He walks into the dark forest. Stick with me, tonight is going to be long. He moves at absolutely insane speeds, gliding through the dark forest like a total ghost. A determined smile crosses his face. At this point, he can finally mimic the Elder's legendary light footwork technique perfectly. Thank you, Elder. I am absolutely going to win this. 1 hour later, under the bright moonlight, Jin Seogun sits high on a thick branch, a glowing blue aura completely wrapping around his body. Suddenly, a massive voice echoes from the ground below. Hey, Jin Seogun! Stop hiding and come play with me. Seogun glances down, muttering to himself. Is there really someone being this obnoxiously loud in the middle of the night? This was actually a pretty useful mage right here, you know that? The rugged knight on the ground looks up and snarls. If you are not a total coward, get down here and fight me like a real man. The guy, Stark, glares around with absolute arrogance, casually holding a freshly severed head in his hand. You cowardly little punks. Where exactly are you all hiding right now? You are all just hiding because you fear my power. Watch closely here. Stark readies his massive greatsword for an all-out war, his eyes flashing with absolute madness. Stark swings his heavy greatsword, unleashing a huge burst of blue energy to completely block a surprise strike, a totally dirty sneak attack from out of nowhere. Come out here and fight me fair and square, you coward. Stark roars out loud. From the deep shadows, Seogun spots a single arrow and narrows his eyes. Who is that? Stark glares deadly hard at the arrow stabbed right into the dirt. You are literally the only person alive who could channel that much aura into a single arrow and fire it. He snaps his head up, calling out the hidden attacker standing high up on a thick tree branch. Zoro Kwana, the sharp-eared archer, leaps right down. You actually know me? Stark replies back. No way. Is it not incredibly obvious by now? The crazy reputation of the god-tier archer Zoro Kwana is already an absolute legend among us mercenaries. Listen, Zoro Kwana. Is your ultimate goal not to win this entire insane competition too? Let us team up. We need to take down Jin Seogun first, Stark suggests. Zoro Kwana thinks for a short second. Zoro Kwana lands softly on the ground. That is a solid judgment. The name is Stark. Back when I worked as a guild mercenary. He speaks with pure confidence. Even if I do not look like it, I am a pretty famous mercenary in our guild, so you definitely will not regret teaming up with me. Understood loudly and clearly, Zoro Kwana replies ice cold. Stark thinks to himself with a truly wicked, sinister grin. We both see this coming, right? Stark assumes this god-tier archer has a completely useless, empty brain. Zoro Kwana mutters some quick calculations. I miscalculated the timing by 2 seconds. No, more like 1 second. He launches a sudden, explosive attack. An archer really should never make a mistake in keeping proper distance. Stark can only barely gasp out. Huh? Just cough up all your gear and die already. Stark fiercely roars as Zoro Kwana closes the gap fast. He brutally swings his massive greatsword with absolutely earth-shattering force, a cocky, smug smirk appearing on Stark's face, fully believing his heavy attack is going to land a direct hit. Slash. The blade just cuts pure air. Zoro Kwana completely vanished, leaving only a fading afterimage. Me, actually team up with a low-level pawn like you? Even a random dog walking by would literally laugh out loud at that, Zoro Kwana says with absolute disgust. From far away, Seogun remains completely hidden. Right now, Zoro's absolute top priority is to quickly pinpoint Jin Seogun's exact location. I have already wasted too much time here, Zoro thinks. Only 6 people are left. Everyone's stamina is crazy important right now. Meanwhile, Seogun stays laser-focused on Zoro Kwana. Come on, hurry up and just become my energy source. Suddenly, Zoro Kwana aggressively snaps his head around. He looks directly toward where Seogun is hiding, his expression totally cold, calculating, and piercing right through the shadows. And here is where we leave it. Seogun panics. How on earth did his invisibility cloak just fail? Even with detection magic, he panics hard. Wait, wasn't this guy supposed to just be a simple archer? Stick with me. Here, is he hiding some unknown power? My mind was so totally focused on life energy that I pushed myself way too hard. Damn it. Zoro Kwana smirks coldly. Well, The guy's complete trash anyway, so he probably only has absolute garbage gear. He turns his back and walks off. That guy would just be a total burden. Jirokwana walks away without hesitating at all, leaving Seogun still perfectly hidden in full stealth mode. Seogun slips right off the tree branch, crashing down to the dirt with a loud thud. He sits up, letting out a breath of pure relief and awe. That guy's intuition is just freakishly sharp. He stares right at Jirokwana's fading back. He said his name was Jirokwana, didn't he? He stands up and dusts himself off. It really looks like my next opponent is going to be that guy. The glowing hexagonal energy wall of the restricted zone starts shrinking down at a much faster speed now. Seogun instantly notices it. The safe zone is definitely shrinking way faster than before. He breaks into a sprint. The energy aura wrapping around his body boosts his speed. Right now, there are only 6 remaining survivors left in the entire game. There are still 87 days left. Wait, is the map shrinking faster based purely on the number of survivors left alive? He suddenly stops dead in his tracks, eyes completely wide. Watch closely now. He just dashed out of the woods and into a massive reed field. A wide open area right here? He moves super carefully right through the tall, thick reeds. If I end up fighting an enemy right here, it'll drag way too much attention from all the others. Suddenly, razor-sharp blasts of bright green energy rip right through the empty air. Seogun spins around on high alert. What was that sound? He gets completely ambushed by a massive volley of green wind blades. The sharp blades utterly shred all the tall reeds surrounding him. He dodges fast, weaving right through the raining attacks. He hides behind a thick bush to quickly analyze the crazy situation. This is definitely a magic spell cast with dead-on accuracy, aiming straight for my head. But they can't even see me. So how do they exactly know my real position to launch an attack? Another massive wave of green magical vortexes suddenly pops up right in mid-air. Here it comes again. An even bigger storm of wind blades crashes down from the sky. You and I know dodging this many blades is literally impossible. He drops into a defensive stance, fully ready to brawl. He clenches his fists, eyes blazing with pure determination. If it really comes down to this, I have absolutely nothing left to lose. I trust my inner energy, he roars out loud. Muju Martial Arts, Chapter 1, Extreme Limit, Straight Punch. He throws a brutal punch forward, unleashing a massive wave of pure glowing blue energy. His heavy punch completely collides with the windblade storm, sparking a violently powerful magical energy explosion. He stares down at his own hand, seeing only a few tiny scratches left. Wow, I might actually be way stronger than I thought. He lands smoothly on the dirt, totally ready for whatever comes next. He leaps right over the tall reeds. First, I really need to track down the enemy's exact location. He suddenly freezes, staring super intensely at one specific spot. Hey, so that is exactly where you were hiding? A cocky voice rings out from a shadowy figure hovering right in the sky. Seogun is totally stunned. No way. What kind of freak is this guy? From behind a tree trunk, a dark mage looks up with a seriously furious expression. That was an ultimate spell I dumped all my mana into, and it got cancelled out just like that. Seogun suddenly notices another shadow creeping up right behind the furious dark mage. He panics, yelling out, "Hey, wait a second! Slash!" A vicious dagger stabs deeply right into the dark mage's back. He stares down at the bloody blade poking through his chest, in absolute disbelief. Huh? I know you're wondering how this wild twist even happened. Stick with me here. A blue-haired assassin sneaks right behind him. The mage gasps out, "I did not sense your presence at all." The killer coldly replies, "You really should have saved some mana for a detection spell or a shield. For an elite assassin like me, wiping out my own presence is an absolute piece of cake. Just die and rest in peace." He mutters around a toothpick in his mouth, watching the poor mage totally disintegrate. The system pops up, only 5 survivors left out of 100. The assassin turns to Seogun. "You must be Jin Seogun." Facing him head-on, Seogun asks, "You know me?" The assassin answers, obviously. "Are you not the guy who wiped out Namsa Kwang, our mutual enemy? How could I possibly not know?" The killer continues on. "Every single remaining survivor is probably itching to hunt you down right now." Seogun stays silent, his face tightening up as the assassin draws twin daggers. "Do not bother showing off out here. Just die a nice and peaceful death. Watch closely now." He claims he never misses a single target he aims for. Swoosh! The madman charges at terrifying speed, roaring out loud, "Hand over absolutely everything and just die." Seogun quickly counters the attack, throwing a heavy straight punch right forward. The assassin easily dodges the heavy strike, mocking him, "Way too slow." He glides past Seogun like wind. A fresh spray of blood erupts from his shoulder. Boom! Seogun stands his ground and fires a punch back. But the killer is already back at a safe distance. Standing right behind him, the assassin sneers, "I meant to slice you clean through, but you are pretty tough." Checking out his deep wound, Seogun realizes, "If I had not covered my body with internal energy, I would be sliced in half. This guy is strong." The assassin laughs smugly, adding, "But your inevitable death is really just a matter of time. I have never ever failed an assassination in the dark like this." Hearing this, Seogun starts sweating under the pressure. "I usually only deal with fragile mages, but now I am fighting a literal elite assassin." Suddenly, a crucial detail clicks in his mind. Wait a minute. The dark? If it comes down to the dark, the killer prepares his final stance. "I am ending you right now." He creates a shadowy illusion and vanishes from sight. Huh? He completely disappeared. Seogun panics, instantly sensing a brutal kick flying in from behind. The killer ruthlessly strikes at Seogun directly from his blind spot. Wait, what the heck? We all saw this twist coming, right? The killer's strike hits absolutely nothing. A calm voice echoes from right behind him. "Your stealth skill is technically pretty impressive. I will give you that." The assassin whips around in a panic. "Where are you?" Another voice calls out from a completely different direction. But obviously, compared to this invisibility cloak, your skill is just a cheap knockoff. Seogun tightly grabs the assassin by the shoulder from behind with a terrifying, crushing grip. "What? Coming from behind me now?" "You absolute coward!" the assassin screams out in pure fury. Seogun calmly replies, "But I can actually pinpoint your exact movements simply by tracking your flowing energy." Seogun stares down at the killer with dead, cold eyes. "You said you were going to finish me? Keep spouting that nonsense like you did earlier." He tightens his grip, making the poor assassin scream out in sheer agony. "Ah, ah, ah, ah. Can you really face all the remaining people entirely on your own like this? If you team up with me, we can aim for first place." The assassin begs desperately. Slash. "So what do you and I learn from this?" Never cross Seogun. Total bloodbath as the system pops up. Number of survivors, just 4 out of 100. Stick with me, Jin Seogun is easily slicing his enemies down. He drops down, checking out his newly acquired loot. He absorbed both of their life energies, then quickly popped those healing scrolls they dropped to recover his own strength completely. Since he caused such a massive commotion, he quickly loots the bodies and tries to get out of the area fast. He picks up a skill book with pure surprise on his face. What in the world? How did this random assassin carry something this insane? The item info pops right up, Phantom Scroll, Spirit Control Technique. You can literally create clones of yourself to fight right alongside you in battle. The clone amount scales with your inner energy. Do you want to learn it? Yes or no? Seogun learns the new skill, thinking to himself, thank God that guy lacked inner energy control. If that assassin actually knew how to use this thing properly, winning that fight would have been extremely difficult. He then reads another magic book entirely. Inside the dead guy's box is a magic book known as the Eyes of Carmen. The Eyes of Carmen is considered an absolutely top-tier detection magic. It sees through any stealth, but his magic circle is just too low level to learn it right now. He finally realizes. So that is exactly how the enemy tracked his hidden location. So much for that invincible cloak. Now pay close attention here. An arrow suddenly rips right past his face at absolute breakneck speed. He stares at the arrow stuck in the ground, fully alert. An arrow? He glances around, his expression turning deadly serious now. If there is an archer among the remaining survivors, whoosh, an attack comes flying. A sudden freezing ice storm crashes down, completely swallowing Seogun whole. He thinks in absolute shock this is a type of magic he has never seen before. Isn't that the same archer he spotted earlier? He narrows his eyes, instantly realizing just how dangerous this situation really is. Whatever it is, dodging is out of the question now. He channels absolutely all of his inner energy straight into his fist. He roars loudly, throwing a massive punch forward. Infinity, ultimate limit straight fist strike. His fierce punch generates a massive blue energy blast, completely shattering the incoming ice storm into tiny little pieces. He looks around, his face screaming high alert. Two heavy attacks dropping at the exact same time? Is this actually a coordinated joint strike? A massive shadowy figure suddenly materializes right beside him. Sure enough, this guy is seriously powerful. A man sporting a very distinct beard charges in, violently swinging his heavy sword downward. Siwoon quickly leaps backward, blocking the sharp blade with his bare hands, creating a deafening metallic clash. He grumbles in pure annoyance. Can you believe this? They actually formed a three-man team. System note, a multiplayer team inside a solo game setting. That's a highly strategic alliance. The sword-wielding man stands alongside Jiro-kana and another extremely creepy hooded figure. He arrogantly declares, "Your lucky streak completely ends right here." A system panel pops up, revealing his true identity, the King of Hudson, Sentox. The very next system panel reveals the skeletal face under that dark hood, the Demon King's right-hand man, Giron. The final info panel drops, introducing the deadly archer as the divine bow, Jiro-kana. Siwoon stands totally alone, facing three ridiculously strong enemies. His own system panel simply reads, "Just Jin Seogun." He thinks in absolute desperation, damn it, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Jin Seogun, your luck ends right here. Sentox loudly repeats his deadly threat from a distance. Siwoon rapidly analyzes the chaotic situation. Damn it, I'm literally just one step away, and I run into this annoying little roadblock. Teaming up together? So what do you and I learn from this? The fastest way to shatter a team is forcing a situation where they absolutely must betray each other. He simply cannot guess their true motives just yet. Stick with me here, our guy has totally never met these dudes before. Watch as Jiren walks up and respectfully bows to Sentok. Your Majesty, King of Carson, it is an absolute honor to meet you. Chentok glares back with pure disgust, while Jiren secretly flips him the bird behind his back. Why would a lowly dark mage ever dare speak to the king? Giren just laughs out loud. My bad, I sincerely apologize for my total rudeness. But down in this place, there is something way more important than royal status. Hiding in the bushes, Seogun suddenly realizes the truth. This is absolutely not a random team-up. This whole thing was completely pre-planned. Jiren keeps talking, wouldn't it be much better to just ally with a total scoundrel? Especially if it means walking away with a much sweeter and bigger reward? Seogun finally speaks up from his hiding spot. Well then, why do you not just completely deal with his seriously annoying stealth skill right now? Sentok replies with total arrogance. Oh, handling that is absolute child's play for me. Chentok's hand instantly erupts with a blinding sphere of pure light, his face completely squinching up in heavy concentration. Seogun panics internally, thinking to himself, what is this? Now watch closely. A massive light explosion instantly wipes out all surrounding shadows. Giron smirks. Now, you have absolutely zero darkness left to hide in. Chentok laughs out loud. He is way smarter than I thought. Seogun is completely exposed, quickly covering his eyes. A crazy method like that is actually really possible? The invisibility cloak can only hide him within the shadows, so it turns out this crazy gear actually has a major weakness. Jiron turns right to Seogun. I really want to thank that guy, Blue Death Light, for finally killing Escrow, who was always a massive thorn in my side. He continues talking with a wildly sinister smile. I cannot deliver that message to him right now, but what can you even do? That is the law of this place, so you go down too. In the Great Demon King's name, it is officially time for you to die. He suddenly unleashes a massive storm of dark blades. Roaring at the top of his lungs, Chaos Blade, Dark Blade Storm. Seogun analyzes the crazy situation incredibly fast. From past combat experience, mages are always super vulnerable in close quarters fights. He violently dashes right toward Jiron. You and I both know the risk here. If he gets too close, he might get completely swept away, throwing off their entire magic cast. I am going to end this right now with ultra-close combat, whatever the absolute cost. You completely stupid beast, just die already. Jiron furiously roars out, unleashing a massive purple storm of pure dark energy right at Seogun. These brutally violent energy waves completely sweep across the entire battlefield ground, absolutely destroying everything in their violent path. Seogun tightly braces himself for impact, thinking fast. I need to quickly circulate as much internal energy as physically possible around my body to somehow minimize this damage. I just have to break through this somehow and reach him. But Seogun suddenly lets out a painful groan, ugh, as those relentless energy waves brutally tear right through his entire defense, Fresh blood splatters everywhere. A system notification suddenly pops up. Your invisibility cloak has been severely damaged. It completely loses all function until it is fully repaired. He violently grits his teeth, damn it. The internal energy protecting my body is fully breaking down, and even my cloak is ruined. Another completely unknown figure watching safely from a distance confidently says, "At this crazy rate, he must have absolutely been torn into total shreds, without a single trace left." But suddenly, Jiron is completely stunned to silence as a glowing blue fist brutally shatters his dark magic. That fist literally chops his staff, an epic punch from Seogun, piercing right through that deadly dark storm with a truly unstoppable amount of force. He violently rushes right out of the blast zone, roaring loud. That fist is flying straight toward Jiron. Seogun's skin turns completely glowing red from pushing his raw power way past the absolute limit, his body completely drenched in blood. "You stupid kid," Jiron arrogantly mocks. "You have zero chance of winning. Give up." He starts casting another spell. "And trust me, you and I are definitely not ready for what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into absolute madness." Giant stone hands violently erupt from the earth, radiating a toxic, purple aura of pure death. Seogun stares down this terrifying new threat, thinking hard. This absolute monster is on a completely different level compared to every single enemy he has ever faced up until this moment. He aggressively claps his hands together, casting a new skill. Phantom Soul Footsteps, activated instantly. His body instantly shatters into multiple phantoms, flawlessly dodging those crushing stone hands trying to grab him. Jiron is completely blown away. "What the heck? I genuinely thought you were just a simple brawler, but since when can you use illusion magic too? You are pulling out some seriously annoying tricks today." Suddenly, a phantom Seogun spawns right in front of Jiron's face. With this, my victory is sealed. From a distance, Senruruku quietly mutters a lethal skill, Piercing Aura. Senruruku's blade violently impales Jiron right through his back. What is this? Jiron stares in pure horror at the steel jutting from his chest. A self-proclaimed king doing something so cowardly? Senruruku rips his bloody sword out, speaking incredibly coldly. Now watch closely for him. Pure victory justifies absolutely anything. And I literally never said I would team up with absolute scum like you in the first place. He ruthlessly glares down at the dying Jiron. But I will thank you for helping me permanently eliminate a massive headache. A glowing system pop-up confirms Senruruku flawlessly defeated his target using swordsmanship. Senruruku confidently looks up at Zurokana on the high cliff. "So, is it just the two of us now?" Zurokana tilts his head. "Huh?" Senruruku smirks, "Divine bow Zurokana. That guy has been a ridiculously huge headache for our entire army. It is honestly bizarre that we ended up facing each other in a duel like this." Zurokana flashes a very cryptic smile. "Not quite yet, actually." Senruruku immediately scowls. "What on earth are you talking about? Did you see this coming?" Seogun suddenly respawns right behind him, glowing menacingly red. Seogun lands a god-tier punch directly into Senruruku's spine. The impact is so insanely heavy, it completely obliterates his armor, triggering a massive energy explosion. From his high vantage point, Zurokana casually watches a gigantic blue pillar of light totally erupt from the crash site. Seogun hits the dirt, breathing extremely heavily. "Haha." He glares up at Zurokana. "Finally, the top two." Zurokana smirks. "I totally thought you died by Senruruku's blade, but I guess that was just an illusion." Seogun stares him down, looking incredibly exhausted but still practically fearless. "Cut the absolute nonsense and get down here, Zurokana." Zurokana laughs. "Why is everyone always in such a crazy hurry? Looks like that guy clearly has a bone to pick with you before me, right?" Senruruku violently staggers to his feet, growling. "You absolute damn bastard, relying on such insanely annoying, underhanded tricks." He furiously checks his ruined armor. I absolutely saw my blade pierce straight through his body. And wielding enough raw power to completely shatter this master armor crafted by Carson? I have to admit, that is ridiculously impressive. Seogun aggressively tears off his shredded shirt, showing off a brutally blood-soaked physique. "Stop talking and step up. Coming at me one by one, or all together?" Senruruku dangerously smirks. "You are going to severely regret forcing me to go all out." Seogun's eyes widen in terror. "He is way too fast." Senruruku instantly teleports into his face, driving a devastating lethal strike straight through Seogun's hand. Even while bleeding, an incredibly arrogant Senruruku boldly declares, "I, Senruruku, am completely confident I will never lose to absolutely anyone in pure speed." Two massive blades are still lodged deep inside Seogun's back. He frantically thinks in pure shock, "What the heck? This guy is not even a strength build character. His speed is so profoundly insane that I could barely even sense his aura approaching me at all." A chilling voice suddenly echoes in his head, definitely coming from Senruruku. "I aimed specifically for your ligaments, so you will definitely not be moving that hand anymore. Your strange technique requires both hands. Trust me, you guys must see what happens next. Let's jump right in." Seogun grits his teeth, blood dripping down. His mind is screaming. He cannot lose like this. After everything he sacrificed to get here, pure madness flashes in his eyes. Giving up? Not a chance. He banks everything on his internal energy. Senruruku freezes, sweating bullets in pure shock. The guy completely panics. "What? How dare you? That is my sword." Ignoring the flesh-tearing pain, Seogun grabs the blade stuck in his shoulder and yanks it out. He lets out a roar, "Dark destruction hand." Then he throws that sword back at Senruruku with terrifying force. It flies like lightning and stabs straight into his face. Blood splatters everywhere. Senruruku clutches his totally ruined face, screaming in pure rage, "How dare you ruin my perfect face?" Seogun rips off his shredded scrolls, exposing a body covered in scars, ready for the final clash. Senruruku glares with absolute disgust. "Are you really going to resist until the bitter end? Watch closely here." Senruruku's blade suddenly erupts with a blinding aura. It is his sword aura, the invisible blade. He stands firm, muscles completely bulging out. "Forcing me to use my sword aura, I have to acknowledge you." Seogun grabs his wound as a blue healing energy wraps around him. Panting hard, he mutters, "I guess I can still use this much." He dashes, leaving an afterimage behind. Soul illusion footsteps. Unleashing every last drop of internal energy, he creates massive clones. All of them totally bloodied. Full energy release. Senruruku looks at the clones surrounding him, looking pretty annoyed now. "You seriously have some of the most annoying tricks." "Arrogant as always," he declares. "But the winner is always me." Seogun shoots back a sharp glare. Now the real fight begins. "So you better brace yourself, you absolutely useless trash." Up on the high cliff, Zurokana mumbles, completely bored. "Someone just win and end this quickly." He lets out a massive yawn. Catch that alert? Beep. Only 3 survivors out of 100. Seogun and his clones take stance. He speaks dead serious. "Now I will truly face you." Senruruku, also covered in injuries, roars back, "Quit your annoying babbling and attack." Seogun calculates internally, intensely focused. His sword aura lasts 2 minutes max. "I need to finish this before that timer runs out." Seogun is also hitting his limit. He stares down at his bloody hands. "My internal energy is completely dried up. This has to be the end. Here I go." Seogun and his clones charge at Senruruku all at once, launching their final, desperate assault. Absolute chaos erupts. Senruruku gets totally swarmed by a massive barrage of attacks from every side. One of the clones lands a brutal punch straight through his stomach, making him stagger hard. Senruruku grabs the clone's arm, roaring in pure rage. "You slippery little bastard." Then he realizes, "Damn it, I feel nothing in my hand. Is this just a clone?" If so, gritting his teeth with absolute madness, real body or clone, I will slice them all to pieces. Senruruku lets out an agonizing roar as Seogun's real punch slams right into his face. Fresh blood splatters everywhere. He feels blood dripping from his mouth. So that one was the real body all along. Covered in blood and completely battered, Seogun. Perfect comeback, right? He glares up. How does a slippery bastard's punch taste? Stick with me here. Senruruku glares down, absolutely furious. Oh, and by the way, you really better just give up on trying to find the real main body. Standing between 2 clones, Seogun confidently explains to him, every single clone from the Soul Phantom Footstep technique can launch attacks exactly like the true original body can. Basically, There's absolutely no way you can tell the difference. One of his phantom clones unleashes a completely devastating sky-shattering kick. Fists clenched tight, he launches a brutally straight slashing kick. The kick lands perfectly, but Senryuku barely flinches, glaring down at the clones with pure disgust. He roars out loud, unleashing a brand new skill, piercing aura. His massive sword violently erupts with a blazing golden energy wave, swinging it hard to create a golden slashing storm that completely destroys every single clone standing around him. The fakes instantly fade into tiny black fragments under the insane crushing weight of that attack. Senryuku checks out the aftermath, mocking them. Clone durability is seriously trash. He looks up and spots 5 more of Seogun's clones, still standing tall. 5 more guys. Sweating bullets now, he thinks to himself, damn it, I only have about 1 minute left on the clock. From high above, Zorokana watches Senryuku fight Seogun's 5 clones, looking disappointed. Watch closely, this is where things get wild. I really did not expect Senryuku to struggle this much here. Senryuku screams in pure desperation. Zorokana, don't just stand there, help me. If you help me win this, I will literally reward you with anything once we head back. Zorokana just looks incredibly annoyed. He calls out a warning, hey, watch your front. Suddenly, the real Seogun materializes right in front of Senryuku. Seogun dives from above, letting out a massive roar, crushing wave aura. Seogun yells even louder, earth-cleaving fist. An absolutely terrifying explosion goes off as these 2 huge powers violently slam into each other. Senryuku barely raises his sword in time to block Seogun's punch, but the impact force is just massive. Exhausted but still insanely determined, Seogun thinks to himself, damn it, did he actually manage to block that? Senryuku smirks triumphantly. You felt that shift, right? I finally caught you, Jin Seogun. He thrusts his glowing sword straight through Seogun's chest, sending blood violently splattering everywhere. Seogun looks down at his fatal wound and whispers, ah. His entire body begins dissolving into glowing red fragments. Senryuku freezes in absolute shock. Was this one a clone too? He drops his head, looking completely furious and deeply humiliated. You're actually just messing with me. One of Seogun's few remaining clones lets out a weak laugh. How humiliating. I don't even care about winning this fight anymore. I will use every ounce of my power to tear you into absolute pieces, Jin Seogun. Senryuku roars at the absolute peak of his uncontrollable rage. Arms crossed, Zorokana watches and mutters in total amusement. Is the Emperor of Madness finally being revived now? Senryuku takes his stance, his whole body exploding with blazing golden aura as he taunts. Dodge this if you can. He fiercely swings, unleashing a wild golden slashing storm that charges right at Seogun's 2 remaining clones. The fakes are easily destroyed, instantly fading away into floating black fragments of dust. Senryuku frantically glances around. Now only 2 remain, the main body, or a clone. Where are we placing our bets? One of the last 2 Seoguns charges forward, screaming, now it's my turn. He lets out a loud roar, swinging a vicious punch straight at Senryuku. At the exact same time, the other Seogun strikes from a blind spot. Over here. Senryuku groans in absolute agony. Cough. The punch smashes his face. Seogun smirks, it worked. Stick with me, because this fight is about to go completely off the rails. Senryuku grits his teeth, his face twisted with pure rage. He grabs the Seogun who just punched him, suddenly realizing something. I don't feel anything in my hands. Wait, are you just another clone? He spins around. So only the main body is left now? The real Seogun, the absolute last one standing, faces Senryuku head on. With this single clash, I'm going to end everything. Senryuku declares, his entire body exploding with killer intent. Seogun stays dead silent, channeling every last drop of his remaining strength. They rush at each other with terrifying speed, fully locked in for the final, deciding blow. A brutal exchange of attacks kicks off. Violent sparks fly in every direction with every single devastating impact. Senryuku praises him. You are actually pretty good with your bare hands. He roars out loud. Let's see if you can block this too. Lightning aura sword. His sharp blade gets completely wrapped in violently cracking yellow lightning, generating absolutely insane destructive power. Seogun is completely overwhelmed by the brutal strike. His physical body gets torn apart by the surging lightning, and he roars in pure agony. Both are heavily injured but somehow still standing. Then Seogun collapses, bleeding endlessly onto the ground. Senruruku is exhausted too, stabbing his chest. Wait, if this happens, only Zurokana wins. Now, watch closely, things are about to flip completely. Seogun screams out in total, crushing despair. Senruruku slowly pulls back his power, his blood-soaked hand gripping the hilt of his sword tight. Senruruku stands over Seogun's lifeless, unmoving body, panting heavily. Haha, I barely managed to end this while my aura was still active. He looks down. If I was even a split second slower, I would be completely dead right now. He grips the sword hilt tight, feeling that something is wrong. Something feels really off here. He stares back down at Seogun's body. Why did I not feel any solid impact in my hands at all? Blood suddenly starts pouring out of his mouth and eyes. His eyes widen in absolute horror. From right behind him, the real Seogun closes in and slams his bare hand directly into Senruruku's head. High up above, Zurokana watches the whole thing unfold with a sinister smirk. I never expected him to beat Senruruku. You and I felt that twist, right? He turns to Seogun, who is now standing over Senruruku's corpse. I suppose I should probably say thank you. That guy was a pretty massive headache. Zurokana then slowly raises his bow. In the end, the king poured all his power into someone like you, just because of his own twisted competitive spirit. And you poured all your strength into fighting him, only to finally die right here by my own hands. I, Zurokana, will personally honor your pathetic little struggle today. He fires off an arrow with terrifying force, unleashing an absolutely massive wave of destructive energy. Seogun looks up, his eyes burning with intense hatred and complete, total exhaustion. Seogun just smirks, his entire body suddenly radiating a bright green aura. It is not as much as Baron Kwang, but this is definitely a huge amount of pure life force. With just this much, the life energy gathers into his hand. He clenches his fist, overflowing with confidence he can totally face Zurokana now. He quickly turns around. As a gigantic arrow of solid light rushes straight toward him at blistering speed. He roars, using phantom step to dash away, leaving behind a trail of afterimages to dodge the massive strike. His clones simultaneously charge straight toward Zurokana, who is standing up on the cliff. Zurokana frowns hard. Oh great, that absolutely annoying clone technique again. He flashes a mysterious, overly confident smirk. He slams an arrow right into the ground and fires, creating a gigantic, sweeping wave of energy. A clone gets hit and vanishes. Trust me, you've got to see what comes next. Stick with me, watch that massive energy wave wipe out every single clone. Zurokana jumps down, approaching the real Seogun on the ground. He draws his bow, ready to finish this. He has to make absolutely sure this guy cannot escape. Seogun screams out in pure, utter despair, no. Swish! Zurokana fires an arrow, brutally pinning Seogun's hand right to the dirt. How the hell did you find the real body so fast? Seogun screams in absolute pain and disbelief. Zurokana just smiles. Just a feeling, he smirks, towering over Seogun's pinned, helpless body. What? Seogun whispers, completely unable to accept this harsh reality. You worked incredibly hard to reach this point. I genuinely respect all your efforts, Zurokana states, drawing his bow to fire. Respect my ass. Seogun furiously roars back. Feed it to the dogs. His eyes burn with pure hatred and despair. An arrow pierces straight through his skull. System beep. Zurokana eliminated Jin Seogun with a headshot. Standing in the ruins, Zurokana stares at the corpse. Is it finally over? A treasure chest spawns beside the body. The giant screen displays Zurokana as the ultimate victor. A system notification pops up. Clover survival has officially ended. Now watch closely. Seogun wakes up in another dimension, sighing at a screen. Damn it, I completely ruined everything and threw it all away. He mutters, looking insanely depressed. Of course I ate the meal Nam Sok Guang prepared. But suddenly, a new prompt appears. Huge congratulations, you managed to become one of the final two. Another message flashes. You are eligible for the next game. Shocked, he gasps. Wait, there's another stage? Counting the massive elimination bonus, you have earned exactly 140 normal coins. Instantly, countless rare items materialize all around him. The screen chimes. Summoning collected player loot. Cameron's necklace, valued at 3 coins. Ring of Strength, 20 coins. Cameron's magic eye book, 50 coins. He mutters in awe, "Wow, I really looted a lot." The system states, buy back collected items using normal coins. Beep, soul illusion footsteps, 130 coins. Seogun totally panics. Why the hell is that so expensive? If I grab just this one thing, my entire coin stash is basically gone. Then, another ding. System beep, the top 5 players earn 1 chance to spin the roulette and draw an item. You and I know classic system logic, right? Obviously, there's a gotcha. Beep. Second place grants 2 spins. Seogun quickly calculates. Oh ho, if I pull the stealth cloak or those illusion footsteps, I'll literally save a mountain of coins. A super sly smirk creeps across his face. With a little bit of luck, this is a massive bargain. The wheel spins wildly with epic loot. Stop! Seogun screams as the wheel finally slows down. His face tightens as the needle locks in. System beep Astro's worthless necklace. He grabs his head in pure agony. Grr, damn it! Out of everything, the absolute cheapest drops. What a sick joke. How many of these did I even get? Why did this trash come out? He calms down. No, I still have one last pull. Clasping his hands in desperate prayer. Lord, Buddha, Jesus, somebody please help me. He screams at the top of his lungs. Spin 2, stop. The needle glides past legendary gear and miraculously lands right on the soul illusion footsteps. Seogun screams in absolute pure ecstasy. Beep, soul illusion footsteps. He roars, awesome, clenching his fists super tight. Just awesome. So what do we learn here? The gacha gods actually blessed him. That practically doubles his wealth. Alright, stick with me as system prompt pops up, dropping the loot he just earned. The Phantom Soul Footwork skill book materializes right in front of him. Ding, you can buy items with your coins, and you'll automatically teleport out once you're completely done. Seogun mutters to himself while checking out the remaining gear. So, time to do a little shopping, huh? By pulling that crazy Phantom Soul Footwork skill earlier, the guy just saved himself a massive pile of coins. But honestly, there are way too many sick items here, and making a choice is getting super hard. Still, he can't just stand there hesitating forever. So, he makes a smart compromise and grabs what he needs. With his shopping spree totally wrapped up, another prompt flashes. Great job. Good luck in the next survival game. Suddenly, a bright beam of light completely surrounds him, ready for teleportation. Just like that, he gets pulled right back into the real world. He looks around at a totally familiar alleyway. Wait, am I really back home already? He stares down at his hand. Yep, that is definitely the spatial ring on his finger. Brought straight out of the survival zone, he tightly clenches the ring in his fist. Now pay attention here. A tear rolls down his cheek as he realizes this was no dream. His old backpack is just sitting there on the ground. And with that, his very first game is officially over. On the outside, nothing really seems different from before. Seogun slings his backpack over his shoulder and walks away. He cracks a completely confident, bold smile. But you can just feel it, a massive transformation is already beginning. He strolls right down the crowded, busy street. A sly smirk creeps onto his face. Forget his upcoming college English exams, those do not matter anymore. He raises his hand, staring at the faintly glowing ring. He heard the system loud and clear, there will definitely be another survival game coming. Ding! Spatial ring purchased for 30 coins. He clenches his fists tight, walking forward with absolute pure determination. Time to head back and prepare for game number 2. Getting second place this time barely cut it, which honestly sucks, but he is absolutely swearing to win the next match. He heads back to the little studio apartment his parents rented near campus, originally meant for his big college comeback. Under his original, perfectly normal life plan, he was supposed to prep for college classes here while cramming for those boring exams. But right now, every single ounce of his attention is entirely focused on one thing. You and I both know what's coming. He needs to get insanely strong using everything he dragged back. He drops his heavy backpack onto the chair. In the second round, he absolutely refuses to just run away like a weak, helpless target like he did before. He sits cross-legged on the dark, quiet apartment floor. Unlike inside the game, he can literally feel his dantian, his energy center is completely empty, Did he seriously burn through all his internal energy during that brutal final battle? He slowly closes his eyes. I can't kill anyone around here. So he will just train as much as he possibly can instead. I should at least practice my chi breathing, just like the elder told me, to slowly refill it. He remembers the old master's exact words. Generally speaking, internal energy is slowly built up through breathing techniques. And now that your Dantian has formally awakened, if you focus your mind right there, you will naturally start gathering pure internal energy. Sure, it won't be as fast as draining life force with dark martial arts, but if you make chi breathing a normal part of your daily life, you will eventually reach an absolutely incredible level of mastery. So if I just keep training like this, can I actually become as insanely strong as you, Elder? The Elder laughs loudly. Ha 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 ha. I already sensed that fiery ambition of yours yesterday. But you are pretty bold, kid, like a tiny bird trying to match a stork's massive strides. You'll just tear your own legs apart. But here's where we leave it. Only time will tell if he's a useless little bird or a baby stork ready to fly. All right, let's jump in. Seogun sits meditating, fully focused on gathering energy. Slowly, a very thin, faint aura begins to form. 4 whole hours later, he lets out a long breath. His body is barely covered by a weak aura. He groans, frowning as sweat pours down. It feels like it's taking way too long. Why on earth is his accumulated internal energy still so incredibly low? He roars in total frustration. Damn it! Standing up completely confused, he realizes this is wildly different from how the game worked. At this exact rate, it will take literal years to progress. He spins around, immediately summoning the glowing circle stone. Instead of digging a deeper hole, he decides he should organize the loot he just brought back. Beep! The Ironless Fist martial arts book pops up, costing 30 coins. Staring at the book, he sighs. He really wishes he had grabbed some more useful martial arts. He thinks it over with a depressed expression. Please don't tell me I have to learn every single thing little by little through training, just like grinding out internal energy. If that is true, getting insanely strong super fast is going to be impossible. Suddenly, a system prompt pops up right in front of him while holding the book. Do you want to learn? Yes or no? He's absolutely shocked. His eyes go wide. Watch closely, because you and I both realize the insane truth here. The game system actually works in reality. Bright sunlight pours right into his room. A brand new day has officially started. He tests out a punch. A faint, misty white aura wraps completely around his fist, and his kick leaves behind a glowing, blurry trail of light. He takes a stance. He successfully learned the martial arts, but the raw power is on a totally different level compared to when his internal energy is maxed out. He summons the rest of his inventory items. What else did he manage to score? He picks up a shiny necklace. Beep. It registers as Scrow's necklace, worth just 1 coin. He quietly mutters, "Ah, so I actually won this thing from the lottery." He tests it by biting the necklace. Is this thing seriously made of pure gold? He is absolutely amazed. He thought he remembered hearing this was solid, 24-karat gold. He seriously weighs its value. Judging by this heavy weight, it has to be worth at least 10 million won. Something this incredibly valuable only cost him a single coin. He immediately starts imagining a future of crazy wealth. If he can bring back just 10 of these from the next game, that is a guaranteed 100 million won minimum. Next, he checks a potion. Beep! The system reads refined dog blood, costing 2 coins. He softly mutters. Even the absolute most useless game items could have a completely different, insane value out here in the real world. Yeah, he suddenly remembers. This potion is definitely an item that guarantees the drinker a perfectly healthy life for an entire solid year. Just hearing that overpowered effect was tempting enough for him to bring it back with him. He stares at the potion bottle with a very sly, greedy smile. Let's pause. You and I are thinking the exact same thing, right? Selling these to terminally ill billionaires means they would absolutely pay any price. He stands up, completely fueled by hope. Surviving in Cloy could seriously turn out to be the most unbelievable opportunity ever. Then he suddenly realizes something. Thinking back on it, inside the game he only ever ate garbage like dry jerky. He didn't even realize he was starving while endlessly cultivating his internal energy back there. Looking out the bright window, he figures he should definitely go grab some real food. Stepping right into a cozy place called Grandma's Restaurant, he immediately calls out his order. 1 full set meal, please. An absolute feast is quickly served right in front of him. This is the one and only true luxury I will ever allow myself. A 5,001 set meal. This is exactly what I craved the most while painfully chewing that incredibly tough, dry jerky inside the game world. He eats deliciously, with literal tears streaming down his face from pure joy. Just how long has it been since I tasted plain white rice? Seriously though, surviving off only that terrible tough jerky almost actually killed me back there. The restaurant owner glares and scolds him. Some other crazy bastard was in here yesterday doing the exact same totally unhinged routine. What do we learn here? Stop crying or you'll chase your luck away. You're a growing man, right? Sehun just grins. This is insanely good, thanks so much. The owner fires back. Quit messing around and clean your entire plate. Need more, just ask, he smirks. We both know what is coming next. In-game time didn't affect reality at all. He casually walks out the restaurant. That was amazing, he yells. The owner happily calls back out to him. All right, stop whining and come back soon. He walks down the street, wondering. When exactly does the next game actually start? I definitely need to build up some inner energy before that happens. Then it hits him. Oh right, I brought that insane item back with me too. He slides the ring on his finger. Beep! Strength ring officially adds 20 points. He wonders silently to himself. Will these stats actually work in real life? And then, suddenly, massive power surges straight through his veins. Whoa! He launches up into the air, literally shattering the entire concrete street beneath him. He screams out in pure shock. Oh crap! His entire body is just completely overflowing with raw, unstoppable strength. He keeps bounding over huge buildings, completely unable to control this insane new power. He lands in an empty alley. Nobody saw that, right? This could get really annoying fast. If someone recorded and posted that online, he stares straight up at the building. If his power works at this exact same crazy level as the game, he heads right back to his apartment. At first, he actually planned to gather up some inner energy before using it, but honestly, it is probably better to consume it immediately. He pulls out the glowing blue circular stone, Inner Vision Elixir, giving him 50 massive stat points. He holds up the glowing potion, the single most expensive item that he brought back. He hesitates. Watch closely, because in the game, this exact potion paralyzes you for 3 straight hours, and your organs literally feel on fire. He violently chugs the whole potion down. A massive wave of blue energy instantly erupts right out from his core. He violently twitches. The bottle drops, and he completely blacks out cold. Fast forward 3 hours later out in the hallway, a stressed woman is talking to the police. No, I am telling you guys, the wall is boiling hot. I even tried knocking on my neighbor's door, but it's burning up. I literally couldn't even grab the metal door handle. But if it is really that hot, you should call 911, not the local police department. No, it's super hot, but there is definitely no fire, she says. An officer just sighs. Then just leave it alone. They probably just blasted their heater. The old lady insists, no, I'm telling you. It's seriously more than just that. The cop heavily sighs. Yeah, alright, fine. The officer touches the metal door and violently recoils. Ah, crap. What the hell? It's boiling. You saw this coming, right? The lady totally called it. See? I told you guys this whole thing was insanely weird. The cop loudly bangs on the door. Are you inside? This is the police. Are you okay in there? We just received a noise complaint. Please open up right now, the officer shouts out. If you are in there, you need to answer me. We're here to help. Creak. The heavy door finally opens up, revealing a completely pale and exhausted Sehun. The lady and cops just stare blankly. Who are you? The officer asks. We got a direct report about a possible fire. Sehun just violently pants, completely drenched in sweat. I just have a really bad fever. He awkwardly tries to explain himself. I simply turned the heater up, and if there was a fire, 911 should come anyway. Why are cops here? The officer quickly replies. Well, if we get a direct complaint, we generally have to respond and check. Should I call an ambulance? Sehun waves it off entirely. Just a basic cold. I'll be fine. That is a wrap, guys. He definitely just scored a massive real-world level up. The cop nods. Good to hear. If you are totally fine, then we will just head out. He turns back to the old lady. Ma'am, if you keep calling us over every tiny little issue like this, you are going to make our jobs incredibly difficult. The old lady mutters, Oh, but I was honestly so startled. Click! Seogun shuts the door tight. He collapses to the floor, exhaling a massive breath. Let's jump right in, because our guy literally almost just died. That elixir's energy surged like pure hellfire inside him. If he did not have that supreme white swallow technique, he would have totally lost control. He pants heavily, catching his breath. Using these insane skills in the real world comes with serious hidden risks. Not like a video game anymore. He stares down at his hands. Still, he shifts right into the fist of nothingness stance and throws a sharp punch forward. 10,000 failed palm strikes. A massive surge of raw power blasts from his palm. His office chair gets absolutely shredded to pieces. Once he sells the loot he brought back, buying a new chair is priority number 1. The very next day, he realizes something. If he wants to perfect that iron fist, he desperately needs physical training too. He came out here looking for a quiet spot, but daytime brings way too many people. Seriously annoying. He hangs upside down from the pull-up bar. Looks like he will just have to train after sundown. But then, he suddenly spots a group of high schoolers. Wait, are those bullies? Now watch closely, because you and I know a high school is right down the hill. Dongjun, did Minsik Appa really say that he wanted to see me today? Yeah, so stop asking me, you crazy girl. The punk student snaps back. Suddenly, a voice interrupts them. Hey there, students. This whole mountain is actually a strict, non-smoking area. An old man walks right up to them. Besides, do you not realize smoking is bad for you? The punk sneers back with zero respect. Oh, whatever. My own parents do not even lecture me, so who the hell are you? The old man just shakes his head. Well, then that is clearly a major flaw in your upbringing. The student instantly flares up with rage. What did you say? What is this crazy geezer blabbering about? Watching from above, Seogun sighs. I have a really bad feeling about how this ends. The punk shoves a finger in the elder's face. Damn geezer, you talk big, wanna die? Smack, pow. An unexpected punch flies straight into the bully's face. Seogun completely steps in and effortlessly wipes the floor with everyone. He dusts off his hands. Hey, no matter how rude you are, attacking a senior citizen is crossing the line. Oh my goodness, the old man mutters. Suddenly, one of the bleeding students screams out, Min Sik-hyung. Seogun turns around. Hey, messy hair, a deep voice suddenly calls out. It seems like we have never crossed paths before, right? Radiating pure, murderous intent, the tall older brother glares at Seogun and growls out a deadly threat. You wanna die? Seogun lets out a soft sigh, sweat forming on his forehead. He mutters with a totally annoyed look. You and I both know this is about to get super troublesome. Looking down at Minsik lying totally unconscious on the dirt with a bruised face, the older brother heavily grinds his teeth. Who did this to my little brother? He jerks his head up, eyes sharp as knives darting between Seogun and the old man. Pointing a furious finger, he aggressively demands, Was it you? The older brother crosses his arms, smirking with pure arrogance. Ah, whatever. Let us just assume that he started the fight first. You know, he showed absolutely zero respect to an elder, and even tried attacking this old man. If high schoolers are going to smoke openly like that, they really should know they might run into serious trouble. Seogun flashes a completely calm, unbothered smile. He calmly replies, If you are his older brother, then you should actually teach him some proper manners. He admits he went hard, but you and I know he had absolutely no choice. Stick with me, no way I'm letting this guy beat up an elder. Before he even finishes, Seogun's eyes narrow, sensing massive murderous intent rushing right at him. Without saying a single word, the older brother suddenly lunges forward, launching an incredibly brutal punch straight towards Seogun's face. But Seogun? He just stays completely calm. Out of nowhere, a mystical blue aura starts swirling and wrapping entirely around his fist. Undefeated fist, piercing fist. He perfectly fires back a counterpunch. The two fists instantly collide, triggering a massive shockwave that aggressively blasts everything away. Knocked backward, the older brother clutches his stomach in absolute agony. He roars out, What the heck is that? Damn, what on earth is that bastard doing? Meanwhile, Seogun spreads his hands, totally faking surprise. Oops, guess I really didn't control my own power very well. Then suddenly Seogun's eyes pop wide open. He yells out in extreme shock. Huh? The older brother just whipped out a butterfly knife. He expertly spins the blade around, flashing a completely crazed expression. Pointing the deadly weapon right at Seogun, he furiously screams, "Where did a total monster like you even crawl out from, you absolute bastard? I am going to kill you." Seogun just lets out a sarcastic laugh, pointing straight at the thug. "Ha ha, so the younger brother is exactly like the older one. Now watch closely." Completely losing his mind, the older brother screams "die" and lunges with that knife, aiming right for the kill, but Seogun easily dodges the wild attack. He secretly thinks to himself, "The more I fight, the clearer this feeling gets. Fighting against normal guys like this? It is honestly way too easy for me now." He smoothly slips past another deadly stab, throwing a quick leg sweep that completely breaks his opponent's balance. Seogun's gaze turns dead serious. He mentally reminds himself he really needs to dial back his overwhelming power. If anything goes wrong, I'll be in massive trouble. Let's just keep this at 50%. Seogun focuses a surge of energy into his palm, launching a devastatingly destructive counterattack. Undefeated palm strike, 50% power. A gigantic blast of energy shoots straight into the older brother, who lets out a painful gulp. The older brother's face flings upside down, fresh blood splashing absolutely everywhere. His entire body gets blasted backward, planting him headfirst into the dirt with an unstoppable, crushing force. The rest of the students are left completely speechless. You saw that too, right? They immediately scramble for their phones, snapping the unbelievable scene of this guy planted headfirst into a tree trunk. One kid cries out in absolute shock, "Damn it!" Another marvels, "That is absolutely insane." Seogun is just left totally speechless. He stares down in a panic at his hand, still faintly glowing with that blue aura. He curses inside his head. "Ah, damn it, this is completely not what I wanted to happen." Trying hard to hide his panic, Seogun violently scratches his head and flashes an awkward smile at the crowd. "Haha, wow. What an incredibly dramatic piece of acting that was. Are you some kind of action movie star or something? Ha ha ha." He then steps right over, casually standing above the unconscious older brother. And then he suddenly kicks off a little lecture. "All right, so from now on." Seogun stares down at the battered thug who is now forced into an unwilling handstand. He continues speaking with a preaching tone, but mixed with a slight joking vibe. "Make sure you respect your elders, and seriously, quit smoking. And please don't carry dangerous things like knives around on you anymore, got it?" Ha ha ha. After dropping that advice, Seogun quickly turns around and sprints away, shouting out loud, "Well, catch you later," leaving those bewildered kids behind. Wild ride, right? A worried girl violently shakes Min Sik. "Hey Dongjun, can you hear me?" another boy asks. "Stick with me here," he stares at his phone, whispering, "Is that guy really dead?" Seogun runs for his life, absolutely cursing himself. "Damn it! What the heck was I even thinking, flexing my crazy powers in front of a normal guy?" He just sprints away, massive panic, completely taking over his mind. If that guy actually dies, my whole life is completely over. Mid-sprint, a serious look flashes in Seogun's eyes. Sure, he got these insane skills easily by bringing them straight out of the game system, but he realizes he desperately needs proper training to actually control this massive power perfectly. Seogun totally vanishes deep into the thick, dark forest. Flash forward one whole month later, in a super busy city. Seogun sits there quietly, meditating in the lotus position. A strong, steady blue aura completely wraps around his entire body, showing off some massive progress in his total energy control. He slowly opens his eyes the exact second he senses something shift nearby. In the dim morning light, his phone vibrates wildly on the desk. Seogun picks it up, and a super warm voice greets him. "Son, have you eaten your meals yet?" He answers with a gentle tone. "Yes, I already ate, Mom." His mom keeps talking, sounding super worried. "You did not answer my calls, so I was really getting anxious. You are not sick or anything, right?" Standing on a dark evening street, she asks, "How is that brand new academy you just enrolled in?" Seogun tries his absolute best to sound super calm. Pushing up his glasses, he casually replies, "Oh yeah, everything is going perfectly fine," but deep down, he feels completely anxious. There is zero chance he can tell his mom he is actually practicing martial arts instead of studying. He quickly changes the subject, asking, "How is Dad doing? Did you not say Dad found a brand new delivery job recently?" His mom's voice on the line suddenly hesitates a lot. "Now brace yourself for this next part." His mom chokes up. Dropping an absolute bombshell, "Your dad was in a terrible car crash." Seogun freezes in pure shock. He yells out in disbelief, "Wait, what?" Jumping straight up, He frantically screams into the phone, "Is Dad hurt badly? What in the world actually happened?" His mom explains through her tears. "It happened while your dad was out delivering. A car ran a red light and completely smashed into him." Through the phone, Seogun can clearly hear his poor mom sobbing quietly. She tries super hard to hold back. "We did not cut our insurance on purpose, but the surgery cost is going to be insanely expensive, and I am just so worried right now." She continues speaking with a super guilty tone. "I know I barely send you any allowance money, so I feel absolutely terrible having to ask you this right now. But do you happen to have any leftover cash from what I sent?" The huge panic on Seogun's face is quickly replaced by pure, absolute determination. "You and I know he is totally broke, right? Watch this." He asks the surgery cost, while a purple magic circle appears, and he just reaches his hand right inside, around 1 or 2 million won. His mom's voice sounds incredibly weak here. Hearing that huge number, Seogun immediately pulls a beautifully crafted, pure golden dragon item straight out of the magic circle. He calms his mom with a firm voice. "Please do not worry too much. I think I might actually have a real solution for this. But are you holding up okay, Mom?" She replies, totally surprised and deeply moved. "Yeah, I am holding up. I am so sorry for bothering you while you are busy studying." Seogun quickly answers, "It is totally fine, Mom. I will call you back later." Then he hangs up. He grabs his backpack, mind racing with thoughts about his parents. "Trust me, you and I are about to see him go all out. Stick with me, he is just moving between cheap rentals." Heading down the stairs, bitter thoughts about his dad hit him hard. His old man worked harder than anyone alive, but as age caught up to him, that paycheck just kept shrinking down. The neon glow of the night city flashes by as his heavy thoughts keep rolling. His dad's job was way too easily replaced, constantly forcing him to bounce between different workplaces. Dark memories of a weak, completely helpless Seogun rush back. He covers his face, fighting back the tears threatening to spill. He used to be the ultimate freeloader son in a struggling family like that. Just a hopeless burden with zero future. Yeah, that was the pathetic old version of him. But suddenly, his eyes flare with pure determination, locking onto the brightly lit building up ahead. But that pathetic era is finally over. Inside a jewelry shop, Seogun slams a dragon artifact onto the counter. He stares straight at the appraiser and asks, "How much cash can I actually get for this thing?" Watch closely now. The woman in glasses carefully examines his item. Totally stunned, she remarks, "This craftsmanship is absolutely brilliant. It definitely does not look like anything made locally around here." Seogun thinks fast and lies smoothly. "Oh yeah, I was told this has been passed down through my family for 5 generations. The appraiser slowly nods along. Its style clearly was not created using any modern techniques. Seogun, getting a bit impatient, immediately asks, "So what is the actual price?" She looks up, locking eyes directly with Seogun. "This piece could be worth way more than the gold inside it. Are you absolutely certain you want to sell it right here?" With a truly desperate look, Seogun fires back. "My dad needs emergency surgery. I know this is not how I should be selling something like this." He pushes harder. "My situation right now is extremely urgent." The woman hums thoughtfully, assuming he probably does not have a real certificate of authenticity. The doorbell chimes loudly as Seogun walks out. The woman smiles warmly and calls after him, "Thank you. Have a really great day." Seogun checks his phone, the screen flashing a transferred deposit of 10,500,000 won. He calculates in his head, gold prices really have skyrocketed lately. Even after sending a chunk to my parents, I still have enough cash to survive on for a good while. He suddenly recalls that overly excited look on the appraiser's face, thinking, seeing her hype like that, it honestly makes me think I got completely ripped off. Whatever though, I desperately needed to score some fast cash. A sharp, sly smirk slowly creeps across Seogun's face as he stares right into his own reflection. You and I both know he needs to find smarter ways to sell his looted gear. Walking down that quiet night street, he tells himself. Anyway, I should definitely wire this money to Mom first. He calls her up. "Hey Mom, I just sent the funds." Instantly, his mom's panicked voice rings through the speaker. "Seogun, where on earth did you get this much money?" Standing right by her husband's hospital bed. She worriedly presses him. "Did you go and take out a massive loan or something?" How could I possibly spend this cash knowing you did that? Seogun calmly replies, Mom, I do not even have a proper full-time job right now. How could I possibly get approved for a loan? It is just the savings I scraped together from part-time gigs and my time in the military. Overwhelmed with guilt and emotion, his mom bursts into tears. Seogun, your father and I are so deeply sorry. He gently comforts her. Please do not worry about me. I will visit the hospital soon. Still crying, his mom replies, All right then. Thank you so much, my son. On a packed subway train, Seogun stands completely alone, looking totally out of place. His face is heavy with thought, processing everything that just happened and the brutal road still ahead. Riding the crowded train. Trust me, you will want to hear this overheard conversation. Let's dive right in. He overhears some nearby kids and glances over, absolutely curious. He mutters, Wait, is this thing actually fake? One of the students staring at a phone scoffs with this look of pure disgust. It is obviously just computer graphics or something. Do you really seriously believe this is real? Another kid chimes in, Yeah. But it is super weird. It looks exactly like it was secretly recorded. Right on the screen, a guy in a sharp suit literally casting a massive fireball in the middle of a forest. The text reads, Esco's flame. When Seogun finally catches a glimpse of that screen, his pupils shrink in absolute, pure shock. A drop of cold sweat rolls down his face. That fireball image is completely burned into his brain. Seogun thinks to himself, normal people seeing this for the first time would have zero clue, but he knows exactly what it is. That is literal magic from Glow Survival. A terrifying truth suddenly hits Seogun, leaving him completely paralyzed with dread. You and I both know what this means, right? He is not the only Korean player out there. The students start murmuring again. One kid says in total frustration, What the heck? The video got deleted again. So weird. It keeps getting posted and then instantly taken down. His friend just nods. Yeah, something is definitely completely off here. It is probably just some crazy guy seeking attention. Seogun quietly turns his head toward the window, his mind heavy with dark thoughts. Back then, he had absolutely no idea what the consequences would be if someone else actually got the exact same opportunity. Meanwhile, inside a highly classified secret office somewhere, a deep voice blares from the desk phone. Yes, I completely understand. I will make absolutely sure this never happens again. A man is just screaming into the receiver in a totally unknown language, practically cursing non-stop without taking a single breath. Then he speaks in a rock-solid voice, Yes. We will literally cut internet access across the entire country if it comes to that. The blonde man bows perfectly in front of a crowd in black suits. His voice drips with panic as he says, I am so sorry. We will resolve this issue immediately. Slam. He furiously smashes the phone back down. This bearded blonde guy then sits down, casually crossing his legs on the chair. He coldly glares at his subordinate and asks, All right, now watch closely. I hear the uploader this time around was Korean. What exactly happened here? The minion shakes like a leaf, reporting, Sir, survivor numbers have spiked drastically. It is almost impossible to track every single one of them. The powerful boss tightly grips his heavy glass ashtray and launches it straight at the agent's head. He roars in fury, blood instantly spilling. If the number of new survivors is going up, then why the hell is our agent count not increasing at all? He grabs the terrified subordinate by the collar, lifting him completely off the floor. Find and bring that attention-seeking piece of garbage right to me. With blood dripping from his mouth, the minion stammers, I will do it immediately, sir. He violently throws the guy to the ground and screams, Stop that bleeding right now. If you get a single drop of blood on my carpet, I will kill you myself. Another agent quickly rushes right over, using literal magic that glows a bright green to heal the wounded man. The powerful boss lets out a deeply exhausted sigh. Huh. Can a bunch of weaklings like you actually manage to catch them? I already have enough headaches dealing with those damn free players. He stands up and barks orders at everyone. If you understand, then get moving. Every single agent bows in total unison. Yes, sir. Understood. The scene shifts back to a silent night. Seogun is sprinting through a moonlit forest. That intense midsummer heat has finally faded, leaving the night air feeling nice and cool. So what do you and I take from this? 2 months since the game ended, and he trains every night. Alright, let's dive in. When nobody is watching, our guy secretly hoards massive internal energy, and he is getting seriously good at using it. Seogun leaps high into the air, gliding down as light as a leaf. But the real flex happens when he clasps his hands together, fully activating a very special skill, phantom steps. His legs start blurring with absolutely dizzying, unstoppable speed, creating countless afterimages. Without pausing, he immediately launches right into another epic move, Invincible Space Punch. And just like that, an exact clone materializes out of thin air. Staring right at his brand new clone, Seogun thinks, with my current internal energy pool, I can only manage to create one single clone. Heavy sweat starts pouring down his forehead, proving just how massive the energy drain is, and even then, it is not going to last very long at all. The clone instantly charges in, throwing a seriously heavy, powerhouse punch right at Seogun. Seogun fiercely fires back with a flying kick. The two brutal strikes violently collide, triggering a totally terrifying, earth-shattering explosion of raw energy. Right after the insane clash, Seogun's clone completely vanishes into thin air, leaving him standing all alone in the dark night. He clutches his chest, panting super hard, totally drained from that intense, hardcore training session. Slumping heavily onto the damp ground, Seogun stares out into the dark. Looking totally exhausted, he mutters to himself, "Haha, is this my absolute limit already?" He flashes back to that crazy past battle, fighting against the legendary Genruruk. Back then, controlling multiple clones was an absolute breeze for him. But guess I burned way too much internal energy during that epic final showdown. My Dantian is pathetic right now. Dusting off his pants, he quickly stands up. Turning to leave, he thinks, what is the point of regrets? Guess I will just head home and hoard some more energy. Suddenly, his stomach growls loudly. Walking, he rummages around, so starving after training. What else did I pull out from my spatial bag earlier? Now watch closely. He reaches into the air, a blue light flashes, and a tiny spatial gate opens up. But the scenery suddenly shifting leaves him completely and utterly stunned. In a total blink, Seogun finds himself standing deep inside a lush forest, surrounded by countless people rocking weird outfits, from heavy knight armor to full mage robes. He hears a grown man screaming in Russian. Where the hell even is this place? What kind of sick trick are you pulling? Another guy nearby starts severely panicking. Damn it, where are we? What are you doing? Seogun watches an armored soldier sweating bullets in pure, unadulterated confusion and thinks to himself, seeing all these people looking lost, it is exactly how I was the first time. Using his past experience, he keeps a totally calm face, wondering, a new game scheduled after just 2 months? We all know this trope, right? Boom, an orange notification panel pops up everywhere. Thank you for joining Cloyd Survival. Suddenly, a massive stone statue starts slowly rising from the shaking ground. The glowing panel continues, starting to explain the basic Cloyd Survival tutorial rules. Seogun cannot help feeling surprised. Huh? An actual tutorial? He quickly regains his cool composure. Realizing the previous death game skipped the tutorial completely, a very confident smirk creeps onto his face. Does that actually mean there are way more total newbies here compared to the previous game? Up on a high rock, a young guy with moss green hair in a school uniform is quietly observing Seogun. He thinks to himself, yeah. He closely judges Seogun's basic tracksuit. That choice of clothing is so weird. Is he a high schooler? Well, you and I are about to find out. The guy sits down, kicking his legs up on a rock, insanely confident. Stick with me here. Is there another player from our country besides me? His eyes scan over Seogun with heavy judgment. He clicks his tongue, giving off this super arrogant vibe. Just trying to grab attention from everyone else. Honestly, such a typical, annoying high school kid these days. Meanwhile, Seogun has his eyes locked right back on the guy. His gaze sharpens. That kid is clearly a veteran. Could he actually be an unbelievable, top-tier talent just like Namsa Kwang? The system panel pops up again, connecting 200 players to start the game. The game rules are slowly revealed on the screen. Lowest difficulty mode, just rank in the top 200, and the designated map is set to Cancius Valley. Rewards scale differently starting from rank 20, and with that, the tutorial officially begins. Seogun instantly analyzes everything. If 200 people are playing, and I only need to hit the top 200, that means zero risk of elimination, right? A wicked, super hype smile stretches across his face while a bright red aura violently erupts all around him. If there is zero risk, then this time, I am absolutely going full Lu Bu style on them. Now pay attention here, because after repeating rules he already knew, a totally unexpected system message drops. This match is actually a duo game. Seogun's jaw hits the floor. What? Not a solo run, but a duo survival. You can look at any partner you want and shoot them a direct team request. The game continues until only a single team is left standing. If even one member of your team survives the chaos, both of you walk away with the reward. Fail to form a team within 5 minutes, and you are playing this entire round solo. Seogun gets it now. No wonder there are more people this time. So that is the real reason. He watches everyone else quickly scrambling to pair up together. Everyone here is probably meeting for the very first time. So what makes them so willing to send out duo requests that easily? It is crazy. He crosses his arms, thinking hard. Pick the wrong guy, and they become massive dead weight. Then it hits him. Right, that high school kid from earlier definitely did not look like a noob. So maybe he could be useful. Seogun quickly turns back toward the rock, but nobody is there. We both felt that panic, right? He looks around the crowd. What? Where did he go? Did that kid already move out to find a teammate? How is he that insanely fast? Seogun starts to panic. Damn it, should I just grab literally anyone and form a team right now? He desperately rushes over to a massive knight. Hey, do you want to team up together? A cold, merciless system panel suddenly appears. This participant has already formed a team. Refusing to give up, he turns to someone else. I want to request a duo, but he gets the exact same brutal answer. This participant has already formed a team. No matter who he asks, the rejection is always the same. Sweating bullets now. Seogun frantically looks around in absolute, crushing despair. Damn it, there has to be somebody else who hasn't found a teammate yet, right? But how can I find them among all these people? Right at that exact second, the system voice rings out. Cloud survival begins. Seogun tightly clenches his fists, and the panic completely vanishes, replaced by a freezing cold, totally unwavering gaze. If things have come to this, I have zero other options. A savage, brutal smile spreads across his lips. Duo or solo, I will slaughter absolutely everyone here and claim the victory. An announcement echoes everywhere. Trust me, you are going to want to see this duo cloud survival game begin. Stick with me here. Hundreds of blue lights suddenly crash from the sky into a dry valley. While free-falling, Seogun quickly scans the terrain below him. He thinks to himself, spotting a few villages scattered all around the valley area. Looks like a solid place to grind some levels. Definitely not a bad drop spot to start with. He shouts out, focusing his energy to speed up his landing. Wrapped inside a bright blue sphere of pure energy, Seogun plummets down like a literal meteor. His master plan is already set. This time, he needs to secure a spot on the ground first, and pick off the late arrivals. He touches down on the dirt super smoothly. Dust clouds kick up everywhere. With a sharp look, he goes on high alert instantly. Checking his surroundings, Seogun looks back up at the sky. Counting the streaks of light still falling, he mutters, 2, 3, 6 total. Guess that means there are 3 squads. Without a single second of hesitation, he dashes straight toward the nearest village at totally insane speed. While rushing in, his line of thought flows perfectly, fueled by complete and absolute confidence. I have replayed the first game countless times ever since that match ended, and I have done so much mental image training for this second game. In my room so many times, just waiting for this exact day. So literally all I have to do now is just execute the plan perfectly. Meanwhile, over at a nearby forest edge, a pair of boots awkwardly slams into the dirt. A young mage rocking a pointy hat stumbles around, grabbing his dizzy head. How the heck did this even happen? Ugh, I feel so insanely nauseous right now. He looks around in pure confusion. Where in the world did Ha Diem land? Now watch this closely. Right on cue, Seogun appears from high above. Diving down like a wild predator on the hunt, Seogun unleashes a massively energy-packed punch, screaming his epic technique name, Undefeated Fist Spatial Strike. The young mage barely has time to scream in terror. Wait a second. Who are you? Why attack me out of nowhere? Seogun hits the ground, speaking super coldly. One target down, for now at least. He gives his opponent zero time to even breathe. charging straight back in with another fist. Undefeated fist, bone-shattering strike. A god-tier punch lands square on the mage's chest. He coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. His body goes completely limp and collapses to the ground. A system prompt pops up. Your opponent is currently fully incapacitated. Deliver the final finishing blow right now, before their teammates manage to heal and revive them. Seogun stands over him, clicking his tongue. We all agree this team battle revival system is annoying, right? Such a hassle. He raises his leg, getting ready to finish off this unlucky guy. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow rushes out from the forest. Seogun reacts in a split second. Throwing his arm up to block. Bam! A gigantic shield violently collides right with his arm, creating a terrifying pushback force. Seogun gets shoved back a few steps. His face twisting in absolute pain, he grits his teeth. Damn it. Is that the dead guy's teammate? He drops down to one knee, trying hard to stabilize himself after that crazy impact. Secretly shocked, he thinks, what incredible raw power. The massive knight stands tall right in front of him, growling out a question. Are you the one who just killed my squadmate? Seogun quickly analyzes his opponent. Judging by his heavy look, he definitely specializes in close combat. A confident smirk suddenly flashes across Seogun's face. Because with the nature of undefeated fist spatial strike, being an unarmed style, the most important thing is figuring out exactly how to counter. Against guys with bows, spears, or swords. Trust me, we are gonna love watching his training flashbacks. Trust me, you can't exactly practice fighting giant weapons in real life. So he had to master this technique completely inside his own head. Now, a fierce blue energy starts erupting all around him. The very thought of actually getting to use this move in the game, it gets him genuinely hyped, and a smile creeps up. He drops his center of gravity, getting ready to brawl, and says with pure excitement, "This looks like fun." A wild, incredibly bloodthirsty grin is now plastered right across his face, ready for war. Seogun feels zero fear right now. He lets out a massive roar and charges straight at the giant knight. His whole body is completely wrapped in that intense blue aura. Right as the giant knight wildly swings his massive spear down, Seogun suddenly stops dead in his tracks, pouring all his raw power into his fist, ready for a counterattack. A concentrated blast of energy shoots right out of his knuckles, aiming directly at the incoming spearhead. Watch closely, because this next technique is completely unbelievable. Seogun uses his bare hands to deflect the razor-sharp spear. With a razor-sharp glare, he slides right down the spear shaft, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. He delivers a devastating elbow strike straight to the knight's side, catching the giant totally off guard. The knight's glowing red eyes flash with absolute, pure shock at this insane speed. He just can't believe it. How did this guy get so close and easily deflect his strike? Flashing a confident smirk, Seogun finally spots exactly what he needs. A tiny hairline crack has formed right on the knight's heavy chest plate. Finding this perfect opening, Seogun opens his palm, focusing a blazing surge of bright red energy. He screams the name of his Iron Mountain strike technique, landing a devastating blow right on that crack. The terrifying impact sends the knight flying backwards, as fresh blood violently sprays out from inside the armor. Giving him zero chance to recover, Seogun violently grabs his heavy helmet. He uses every ounce of his strength to smash the knight's head right into the dirt. The massive guy only manages one painful choke before Seogun violently launches himself off the knight's head, leaving the heavy helmet completely shattered to pieces. A massive, gaping hole now sits in the knight's chest, blood pouring out without stopping. The giant knight collapses flat on his back, letting out one final pathetic gasp before he breathes his absolute last breath. Seogun coldly stomps the loser's head. We both knew this was coming. Standing tall with blood all over his clothes, he calmly declares, "That makes two." A stream of green life force flies from the corpse into Seogun. He smirks, noting this guy had a lot of vitality too. No matter how much qigong he trained in real life, the vitality gained inside this game is definitely way stronger. He looks around to assess things. Judging by this, he guesses 4 more guys must have dropped nearby. Suddenly, a massive wave of danger hits him. Seogun whips around as a protective red aura totally engulfs his body. Swoosh! An arrow pins itself right into his shoulder, leaving him completely stunned. He stares at the arrow, then glares toward the village. Where did that even come from? Time to track down the source. He narrows his eyes at the nearby rooftops. Could it be the house right next door? A dark object, looking just like a giant boomerang, comes hurtling straight at him with absolutely terrifying speed. Seogun's pupils violently shrink, and he screams out in pure panic. Damn it! He aggressively dives to the side, the exact moment a red energy beam scorches right through where he just stood, leaving a smoking burn mark on the ground. Blood drips from a fresh cut on his cheek. He looks up on high alert. Is it still coming? More red beams blast from the house, forcing him to dodge. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Stick with me as we follow him sprinting across these village rooftops. He ducks behind a massive tree right as another energy beam grazes by, carving a deep gash into the bark. Moving like an absolute blur, Seogun quickly analyzes the situation. If they can aim this perfectly from that far away, is it internal energy? No, it's not that strong. He scans the village, calculating. Is this guy acting alone, or is a whole squad hunting him down? Seogun vaults cleanly over a solid stone wall. Doesn't matter anyway, as long as he can pinpoint that sniper's exact location. Catch one, and the others will definitely show up. He glides across the roof, flashing back. In past games, he would literally tremble, hiding in houses just to grind levels. But for him right now, seeing life force so clearly, enemies are basically just batteries to absorb. Seogun's eyes flash with pure resolve. He's a whole new beast. Now pay attention here, a barrage of red beams suddenly blasts in, barely missing his head. His illusion slowly fades into thin air. Meanwhile, hidden across the village, the sniper freezes in shock. Hey, what gives? I swear I felt that hit connect. He checks the window. Nothing. He just vanished. Right then, Seogun crashes violently through the upper window. The archer only manages to scream, "Up here!" before Seogun lands a lightning-fast kick directly to his face. The sniper goes flying, tumbling wildly through the air. Seogun lands smoothly amidst the thick dust. What? I definitely felt the impact on that guy. Staring at a pool of blood on the floor, he wonders, where did he go? The enemy stands directly behind him, deadpan. Seogun gasps, no way! The archer spots Seogun standing there, completely unharmed and totally fine. He realizes in pure horror, an invisibility cloak. Seogun's pupils shrink. You and I both know something seriously wrong here. He checks the floor, just one blood trail. Suddenly, a sharp, bat-like weapon materializes, striking Seogun from behind. Blood splatters everywhere as Seogun is violently thrown back. The archer is safely out of range now. Seogun curses, damn it. When did he slip behind my back? He lands back on the ground softly. Up on the balcony, Seogun stares down at the fleeing sniper. He shouts, you think I'd let you escape that easily? Seogun launches into the sky. The archer sprints for his life, panting heavily. Ha ha! Seogun drops down, blocking off his escape. The sniper lets out a terrified scream. Seogun glares back with absolute ice in his eyes. I don't know where you found that trick cloak, but picking a fight with me in broad daylight using that stealth item was a completely massive mistake. He reaches out his hand. That item could have easily earned you the top rank just by hiding out. Too bad. Hurry up, die, and hand it over to me. A chilling voice suddenly echoes from behind him. Knock off your little games, stranger. A silver-haired elf with pointed ears steps right into view. Wielding twin curved blades, he says, my apologies. I chased him, but he's faster than he looks. The sniper frantically begs for help. No way. If you're my teammate, you should protect me at all costs. The elf eyes Seogun, muttering, first off, I don't see his squad. The sniper screams in pure despair. I don't care, just kill this guy first. Seogun sighs. So what do you and I learn from this? Always finish your targets fast. Stick with me. We are about to watch an insane one-on-two showdown. A confident smirk crosses his face. Wait, does he not actually have the numbers advantage right here? The elf lunges straight at Seogun, but he easily sidesteps the heavy strike, with no problem. At the exact same time, he easily dodges an incoming arrow from the archer. He simply tilts his body, letting the fast arrow fly right toward the attacking elf instead. The elf quickly blocks it with his blade. Amidst the chaos, Seogun focuses and clasps his hands. Glowing blue energy wraps around his body as both enemies furiously chase him down a dark alleyway. Slippery bastard. The archer roars in pure anger, pulling his bow back to fire off 3 shots. Yelling out, the archer fires 3 glowing red energy arrows straight at our main guy. The arrows hit Seogun right in the chest, piercing through him in a brutal and bloody scene. Alex, the archer smiles with pure smugness. You just got hit by the great Alex. We never miss our marks. Seeing Seogun collapse to the ground, he starts cheering wildly. Got you for sure this time. But suddenly, the fallen Seogun just completely vanishes into thin air like magic. Now watch this. The real Seogun appears right beside the elf, whispering coldly. So arrogant. Alex and the elf whip around in absolute shock. Impossible. How did you get here? Alex stutters. In a flash, Seogun teleports in and brutally stabs Alex right through the chest. Ah! Screaming in pure agony, Alex drops to his knees, thick blood dripping heavily from his hand. Standing over the bleeding Alex, Seogun looks dead at the elf. Just because your eyes see me standing somewhere does not mean I am actually physically standing right there. A sudden system prompt pops up on screen. Opponent has been defeated. Got to finish them before their team revives them. The panicked elf quickly pulls out a sharp dagger. His face turns dead serious. You are definitely using some very weird magic right now. You must be an illusionist, right? Wiping the blood, Seogun casually replies back to him. Illusionist, or whatever you want to call it, I am just a student returning back home. If you want to save your bleeding ally, you have to beat me, the elf furiously growls. I will not just beat you, I will survive this. Seogun's eyes suddenly flash with pure determination. You feel that tension, right? Both of these fighters charge right at each other. Weapons and fists violently clash together, sparking heavily in the air. The elf spins around, unleashing a wildly powerful double attack. A double strike? Seogun does not flinch at all, channeling raw energy into his hand to counter. He smoothly ducks right under the elf's sword path. The ultimate secret to a perfect counter is finding the exact origin point, stepping in close, and aiming directly for the shoulder. Seogun gets brutally slashed on the arm, fresh blood violently splattering right across his own face. He curses internally. This bastard is seriously fast. Finding a huge opening, the elf swings his second blade, unleashing his terrifying special skill, Blood Craze. A deep gash cuts right into Seogun's hip, blood spraying out heavily. He mutters quietly. Taking a sword hit definitely feels way different than a spear strike. I got slashed way too deep. If I did not protect myself with my internal energy, my arm and the rest of my body would have been sliced clean off right there. The elf looks totally shocked too. Weird. My blade did not cut as deep as I expected. Backing up, he sneers. You must be using more cheap tricks like that illusion from earlier. He smirks coldly. I am not completely sure, but it does not matter anyway. The elf laughs sinisterly. Your neck is going to be my absolute next target. Seogun thinks fast. If I absolutely cannot finish this guy in one single hit, then I will just use a counter. He tries analyzing the moves. So what do you and I make of this? How will he counter those moves? All right, stick with me here. A sudden thought just flashed through his mind. Wait a second, there's actually 0 penalty for failing this round. He closes his eyes, completely dialing in his focus. Time to make a seriously bold move. If there's absolutely no risk involved, he decides to try something entirely new instead of just visually tracking the guy. He aims to sense the enemy's raw energy and killing intent. Instantly, a glowing blue aura fiercely wraps right around him. His mindset is clear. If I can't even overcome a hurdle like this, how could I ever aim for that #1 spot? This is Seogun, the absolute beast who spent 2 straight months mastering inner energy techniques. He's totally moved past being that clumsy rookie from when he first learned about inner power. Actually, he's one of the incredibly rare few who genuinely possess the raw talent to actively wield inner energy right in the middle of combat. Suddenly, Seogun's eyes snap wide open. He senses a shift. Now pay attention, because whoosh! He completely vanishes into thin air. Reappearing instantly, he brutally pins the elf straight to the ground, leaving the guy screaming in pure disbelief and absolute terror. What the hell? You absolute bastard. How on earth did you manage to casually block my ultimate attack like it was nothing? Seogun stays dead silent, but a cold, faint smile creeps onto his face. Right then and there, Seogun feels exactly like he just shattered through a massive mental wall. The panicked elf desperately tries to beg, wait. But yeah, it's way too late for that. Seogun's hand aggressively grips the guy's head. A cold, merciless system notification suddenly pops up. Ding! Jin Seogun has officially eliminated Kagun by sheer force. Simultaneously, the total player count immediately drops down to 196 out of 200. Two sweet loot chests spawn right there. Seogun quietly mutters to himself. Just as expected, these top-tier guys pack serious inner energy. It really looks like this dude has been farming his heart out. A recovery scroll. Perfect timing. Ding. The prompt asks, do you want to use the recovery scroll? Yes or no? Seogun doesn't even hesitate. Of course I do. Better heal up just a bit first, and then I can slowly get back on the farming grind. He dramatically sighs, blaming himself. Man, Jin Seogun, why did you have to lose your temper and completely mess things up like this? Ding. Damaged invisibility cloak. Basically, an epic stealth item that completely lost its core cloaking function. To repair this thing, you either need a master craftsman with special skills or a super rare restoration scroll. Seogun holds the totally shredded cloak, feeling pure regret. You and I both know, if he could just salvage this item, defending his high rank would be a total cakewalk. He safely stashes the broken cloak away. Whatever, I'll just keep it for now. What else did we get? Ding! A lightning-struck pinewood bow. It lets you fire arrows charged with weak lightning energy. Seogun draws the string. Super suspicious. Lightning energy? I honestly didn't feel a single volt of energy from those arrows that guy was shooting. Ding! A multi-shot skill book. This absolutely broken item lets you fire off multiple arrows all at once. Do you want to learn it? Seogun is genuinely stunned. Wait, what? So that guy wasn't even a real archer originally, and literally just learned how to shoot inside this game? He decides, well, I might as well test it out since I already learned the skill. He takes a test shot, and a massive barrage of glowing blue energy arrows violently blasts from the bow. He is actually pretty damn satisfied. This weapon is miles better than that clunky crossbow I picked up during the last run, but without a doubt, it's going to be incredibly useful. It definitely seems like there's another squad lurking in this zone, but he decides to just chill and grind out some more loot before pushing forward. He quickly slips into a random house to scavenge. Probably because these are just basic village houses. There's literally nothing in here but absolute junk. Seriously, couldn't an elite drop like that invisibility cloak spawn around here? He casually glances out the window and immediately catches sight of something highly interesting. So they actually placed a massive structure right in the very center of town. Staring at a towering clock tower in the distance, he carefully observes. And trust me on this, landmark spots like that, always the absolute best places to farm. Alright, stick with me here. Seogun leaves the house and heads straight for the tower. He stops at the entrance, staring at the closed door. Looks like someone beat him to it. Then shall we start a massive feast? With that thought, he steps right inside. Carefully closing the heavy door behind his back, he creeps up the pitch-black stairs, muttering to himself, please drop some godly loot for me. Cough up a stealth cloak. Spit out those stat-boosting rings right now. I am almost at the very top. But reaching the peak, he finds a totally empty room. He freezes up in pure shock. Really? Absolutely nothing? Zero loot. Completely furious, he punches the stone wall hard and screams out, damn it! He stares out the window, just heavily sighing. Sometimes everything goes perfectly according to plan in this game, and sometimes it just drives you completely insane. Suddenly he pauses, a sharp glint of realization flashing in his eyes. Wait a second. Down below, a duo is casually walking down the empty street. Someone says, look at them, farming for loot without a single care in the world. Another guy wearing a purple outfit is sprinting right toward the massive clock tower. I wonder if they have any decent items on them. If they carry high-tier gear, fighting them solo might be rough. From inside the clock tower, Seogun closely watches their every single move. Now watch closely. How exactly should he deal with these two? Suddenly it hits him right then, the duo is marching straight toward his exact tower. Are they actually thinking of coming in here? One of the guys with bright green hair peeks through the door and tells his partner, look at this, Cairo, the door is closed. That absolutely guarantees no one has been here yet. They step inside, gazing up the spiral staircase. One shouts out, a healing scroll right at the entrance. That is a really great sign. Meanwhile, up on the top floor, Seogun smirks to himself. I completely missed that healing scroll at the entrance because of all the random junk lying around. But it ended up being a pretty useful trap in the end. He launches himself from above, diving straight down at the totally unsuspecting duo. If they get this overly excited about a basic healing scroll, it basically guarantees their weapons, items, and combat skills are garbage and completely nothing to worry about. See a weakling, strike first. You and I both know that Golden Gamer rule. The green-haired mage looks up. A shadow? Boom! Seogun slams into the ground right between them, causing a massive impact. He instantly goes on the attack. If this guy is a half-decent mage, he should have a magical shield up. Seogun throws a brutal punch at the mage. A blue energy barrier instantly shatters into tiny pieces under his raw physical power. The terrified mage screams out, "Where the hell did this guy even come from?" Seogun closes the distance, completely ready for the final kill. I am ending this right now with my very next strike. In pure panic, the mage blasts out a blindingly bright fireball. Seogun casually catches the fireball bare-handed. He redirects it straight into the mage's own teammate. A direct hit. The blonde warrior gets totally engulfed in roaring flames. He furiously roars at the mage. "What the hell are you doing?" The mage frantically explains, "I was not aiming at you. There is an enemy." The warrior desperately swats the flames. "Damn it, it will not go out." The mage yells, "You idiot! Is that guy really fighting completely alone? If he had a squad, wouldn't they attack together?" Meanwhile, Seogun is already standing right in the warrior's face. In that case, you just have to die. He easily dodges a heavy axe chop and weaves through every strike. The warrior screams, "You slippery rat!" And that is where we leave it. Stick with me here. The guy roars in pure rage, "I will kill you." Seogun dodges again, blood splashing everywhere. The mage stands there totally frozen in shock. Huh? He stares at his teammate just standing completely still, realizing his own axe is buried super deep into his chest. "What on earth are you trying to pull off right now?" The warrior stammers in total panic. "No, I didn't mean to. That guy just dodged my attack completely." And the helpless mage drops down. "Okay, yeah, I get it, just pull this massive axe out of my chest." But Seogun is already right behind him, resting one hand on his shoulder. He unleashes a devastating smash attack on both. He stares at the defeated losers, coldly stating, "I am going to finish this." The terrified warrior jerks his head up. Oh crap. He rips off his heavy chest piece. Tossing the armor aside, he roars, "How dare you mess with me?" Seogun analyzes the situation. So he sheds armor weight to get an advantage? Now watch closely. He looks like a pure strength build, but will shedding armor actually make him faster? The warrior roars, smashing his giant axe straight down. Seogun leaps high into the air, dodging the massive shockwave. From high up in the air, Seogun completely spins around and throws a straight kick. The kick lands flush on the warrior's face, making him scream out in pure agonizing pain. Staggering backward from the intense shock, he still tries to stand tall. To come down from the air, you have to land eventually, right? Seogun stays completely silent, but his cold gaze just became sharper than ever before. The huge warrior charges forward, swinging his axe to create a deadly red energy arc. He slashes right through Seogun. The entire tower gets chopped in half by that insane axe swing. He slides violently across the ground, his whole body wrapped in a blazing red aura. He admits it. This brute is seriously unbelievably strong. Standing back up to face his opponent, he smirks. "But can you actually catch me using nothing but that raw muscle power of yours? Because raw strength is definitely not everything." The warrior fiercely roars in anger. "Let's see if your mouth keeps running once you are completely dead." He charges again, delivering another earth-shattering massive axe swing. Seogun easily sidesteps the strike, instantly launching a piercing strike attack. He loudly yells, "So, even a pathetic earthworm is going to violently squirm if you step on it." An exact clone of Seogun suddenly appears, completely confusing the huge warrior. The real Seogun already backed away slightly, crossing his arms and mocking him. "Have a nice little battle with my clone, you absolute idiot." The huge warrior turns around in total disbelief. "What? You? When did you even get over there?" Seogun simply points at a ruined stone gate. "Did you hear that loud noise? You literally just split the entire building in half. You and I feel the tension." He lifts his leg. "Aren't you curious what happens next?" He delivers a kick that absolutely shatters the stone gate. The warrior screams out in pure total panic. "No! Hold on a second. Then who was I just fighting this whole time?" He whips around and sees Seogun's clone aiming a drawn bow right at him. He screams in absolute sheer terror. "Somebody save me." A massive explosion goes off. Seogun stays totally calm, not even looking back. Seogun stands amidst the scattered rubble, wondering, but if this actually happens, who gets the credit for the kill? He heavily sighs. "Ah. I only did that because it looked fun, but missing the kill means smaller rewards. Jin Seogun, you absolute jerk." The defeated warrior's corpse completely vanishes into thin air, leaving behind some sweet loot chests. Oh, so if there is zero space for a box to spawn, it can just appear super far away from the body. I almost completely wasted my whole day trying to dig through this huge pile of rubble. Now it is time to farm. And that is where we leave it. Ding. Power gloves, slight strength boost. Seogun effortlessly slides them on. That is absolutely everything I could manage to salvage from that massive guy. He opens the final chest. Stick with me, because this mage was basically a golden goblin. Countless items fly out of it. There is gear he has never even seen before, including a sketchy little scroll that can literally explode. He also grabs a cursed hairpin, a literal deathstone, and a fragmented notebook. Wait, a notebook? The catch? Its true name only reveals itself after you collect and piece all 8 fragments perfectly together. He throws on a brand new mage robe. He has definitely caused way too much chaos around here. So moving on is the best play right now. Ding! The mage robe is equipped. It blocks the wind and rain, but it offers practically zero actual defense. He checks the minimap. Just as expected, the restricted danger zone is slowly shrinking around him. Since he started in an early spawn zone, there have to be plenty of players waiting on the other side. Seogun stares hard at the map, pointing his finger right at the center as he wonders. Should he rush straight to the center first? Making his choice, he leaves the ruined village behind. He digs through a few of the leftover civilian houses, looking for some scrap loot. But there is absolutely nothing worth saving, so he decides to move before it gets too late. He sprints right up a steep hill. It is quite a long distance to cover, but he is totally used to movement techniques now, letting him dash at a ridiculous speed. Way faster than his first game. Soon enough, he steps right into a dense, creepy forest. A system alert suddenly pops up. He has officially entered a monster spawn zone. Now pay attention here. This designated map has very specific areas where certain monsters spawn in, and the monster types are wild. He pushes deeper into this weirdly crimson-colored red forest. Boss monsters only appear in certain map sections, and if you manage to successfully hunt a boss down, a super rare special item will drop. Seogun quietly mutters, "Looks like it is not just werewolves out here. Everything is spawning." He wishes. They had warned him about this during the last game. Besides normal mobs and giant boss monsters, buff monsters also exist. Hunting them grants the player a massive stat boost for a set time. Suddenly, a bizarre noise makes him jump. What on earth was that? Is it a monster? A massive, flying lizard-like creature suddenly dashes right out from the heavy shadows. It lets out an ear-piercing screech. But it is not alone. Down below, another pair of players is desperately fighting off a massive swarm of giant snakes. One of them, a frantic mage, yells to his partner, "I will hold them in place, so fight as defensively as you possibly can." The other guy, a warrior, quickly replies, "Got it. I am counting on your support from above." Seogun quietly observes their chaotic battle. You and I have seen crazy teams, but a warrior and mage duo? That is a totally new combo. He perches on a rock outcropping and smoothly draws back his brand new bow. He infuses pure lightning energy right into the arrow. Should he start off by taking out one of those guys first? He instantly fires an arrow. The phoenix-shaped energy blasts toward the snake swarm. The terrifying snakes hiss in absolute panic. Meanwhile, the warrior is struggling hard, furiously fighting using his 7-star sword technique. The mage supports him by launching an ice spear. The warrior shouts out, "There are so many, but we will catch them all soon and definitely score some top-tier loot rewards. Let us push through this together," the struggling mage complains. "Is it easy for you to say? Do you have any idea how much mana I am burning just to catch one of these things?" Suddenly, his ice shield gets completely shattered by a piercing arrow. Making him scream out loud, he totally panics. "Wait, an arrow? It is a total ambush. Someone is aiming at them. Trust me, you will want to see this." The warrior snaps. "Forget the loot. Survival comes first right now. Let us jump into this mess." He checks the remaining snake count. Not many left. The mage totally panics, crying that they are finished. What are you saying? We need to run away, right now. Seogun fires a few more arrows, just wondering. Wait, is this an actual rebellion? Should I mess with them a little more? He unleashes a volley of lightning arrows. The mage screams in pure terror. Oh no, here they come again. He gets completely blown away by the incoming arrows. Ouch. The warrior yells, hurry up and put the shield back up. The mage snaps back. I know, you do not need to tell me. Aegis ground shield. He summons a glowing purple barrier of energy. With such destructive power, the shield will just break again. We have to run fast. But the greedy warrior refuses to back down. If we run away right now, we are going to lose all the loot from these monsters too. That is just way too massive a loss. Let us finish them quickly and move. He looks back in shock. Ah, I told you that flimsy shield would not work. He stands there stunned, then just groans. Now pay attention to this move. While Seogun attacks, the mage channels all his mana, screaming out Aegis ground wall. A massive wall of rock and earth erupts from the ground, completely blocking Seogun in his tracks. The warrior is shocked. Oh no. He turns around and roars at his teammate. What are you even doing? Outside, Seogun stares at the giant dirt barrier. They actually put up a wall? Did that mage do this? In this case, it actually works out way better. He jumps to another spot. Inside, the warrior grumbles. It is much better to block them off like this than wasting mana on a useless shield. We cannot pinpoint the exact enemy location, but they definitely will not be able to climb over that thing. He grabs the mage by the collar and growls. Are you trying to announce our position right now? We just need to wait until this wall disappears. He aggressively swings his sword through the empty air. If you do something that's stupid on your own again, you will deal with it yourself, teammate or not. The panicked mage just points directly behind the angry warrior. A wall like this is completely useless against curved trajectory weapons like a bow. The warrior turns back in absolute shock. You are right. He quickly asks, can we not remove this giant wall right this second? The mage replies, it will take about 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Seogun pulls a scroll from his spatial bag. Ding, a magic bomb scroll appears. You and I both know what happens next. Use item, scroll explodes in 10 seconds. Seogun hits yes without hesitation. He slowly raises his bow. The scroll transforms into a pure energy arrow. 10, 9, 8, 7. He shoots it skyward. 6, 5. The arrow arcs right over the wall. 4, 3, 2, 1. It lands right between them. No. The warrior barely gasps. Huh? An absolutely terrifying explosion shatters the entire dirt wall into pieces. Whoa, Seogun just stands calmly among the ruins. That scroll packed way more power than I thought. A surviving snake hisses out loudly. He waves his hand. Ugh, too loud. Buried under the rubble, the battered mage desperately tries to get up. He pushes the heavy debris aside. The warrior slowly scrambles to his feet, groaning heavily. That stupid blockhead. I almost died, a totally meaningless death. His eyes flash with absolute madness. Oh no. He looks up and sees Seogun drawing his bow, aiming it right at his face. Hello there, Seogun smirks, since your mage was so kind. Trust me, this is where it gets crazy. Trapping all of you guys just handed me a seriously easy win. Should you thank them? The warrior tightly gritted his teeth in pure rage. I still have a long way to go. Boom! A deadly energy arrow pierced right through his head. A loot chest appeared. He tapped it, and let's see what kind of epic gear drops for us. So it totally looks like that mage got caught in the massive blast and died on the spot. He cracked open the chest and found a skill book, the legendary 7 Stars Mind Technique. The core mind technique for the 7 Stars sword, Seogun muttered. He basically had the sword style, movement, and footwork all bundled into one ultimate set. Ding! Do you want to replace Hamdro's Void Communion with the 7 Stars Mind Technique? Seogun instantly hit no. These martial arts are completely useless to me right now. And I didn't even get anything else. Ding! Toha's ring massively boosts your magic resistance. Seogun slipped the item right onto his finger, Toha's ring. Wait, is this exactly why he managed to tank that crazy explosion all by himself? He found the fallen mage's box buried in the rubble. Oh, what's this? He cheered in pure joy. Hey, Finally got it, absolute jackpot. Ding ding. Asher's necklace actually has 0 special abilities, basically serving as nothing more than a super flashy necklace made out of pure, solid gold. Ding. Circle 4 Ice Spear Spellbook, a brutal magic spell that completely freezes and damages the target. He realized the spell was way too high level, but pay close attention here. He suddenly heard a low growl. Huh? Grr. Those pesky snakes were actually still alive. Moments later, he stood completely surrounded by dead snake corpses. Did they seriously struggle to wipe out weak little mobs like these? After completely wiping out the snakes, Seogun stared at the item drops, totally surprised. Huh, what is this? He knelt down right in the middle of the small loot pouches. Is this really the reward for hunting down monsters? He quickly popped open a pouch. Sitting right inside was a glowing gem and a simple necklace. Ding ding. Lamia's tears, normally used as a core ingredient for wild magical experiments, or for crafting brand new items. Ding. Tyron's necklace slightly increases the user's overall agility. He strapped the necklace right on, then stared deeply into that glowing gem. What am I even supposed to do with these tears, or whatever the heck they actually are? He sat down, meditating in a hidden corner. Maybe the powerful buff that a boss monster drops, just like in basically every other game, is massive enough to completely flip the entire tide of a battle. So it would be insanely helpful to hunt the boss down as early as possible. He thought it over carefully. In that specific case, there were 2 huge things to consider. Could he actually solo a boss? And I know what you're thinking, are other players out there plotting the exact same thing? Dawn finally started to break. Ding. Glory Survival Day 2. A system screen suddenly popped up, showing the remaining survivor count was 139 out of 200. Around 60 people completely eliminated in just one day. Well, I still have 8 lives left, so I'm doing pretty okay, I guess. He stood straight up and got moving. First, he decided to head directly toward the center of the map, where that very first signal originated. He stepped right out into a scorching hot desert. The weather was actually pretty nice in the first game, so why is it ridiculously hot out here? He stared up at the blazing harsh sun. Should I have just waited to travel after sunset instead? Suddenly, he noticed a massive dark shadow sweeping across the dry ground. Huh? He looked up and saw a giant bird, a gorgeous pink phoenix carrying a massive, heavy-looking treasure chest. If my gaming guess is right, is that a supply drop? The giant bird suddenly let the chest fall. Seogun quickly sprinted over. The massive chest slammed hard into the dirt with a loud thud. He carefully approached the chest. Ding. You have just received the super rare Goblin's treasure box. System warning. Take this treasure, and trust me. Let's dive in. His location gets exposed by a red light every 30 minutes for 6 straight hours. Do you accept the penalty? Seogun's eyes flash with pure, absolute determination. He places his hand on the chest. After all, there's 0 risk of elimination here. Watch closely. Why not gamble it all on a wild bet like this? The second he confirms, boom! A massive pillar of blue energy erupts from the chest, shooting skyward and completely swallowing Seogun whole. Trust me, he barely has time to scream in shock.